Good morning, everyone. Please remain seated. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The fourth sitting of the East African Youth Parliament, Arusha, Tanzania. I, Joyce, do thank honorable members of the fourth East African Youth Parliament for trusting me with a mandate to represent you as a speaker of this parliament. For proper sitting, honorable of the House, and the paper time management, I'm going to give the clerk to also take you through the arrangement. And then, honorable clerk, please, you're welcome.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society, good of all human lives upon it, and the just government of its people, we beseech you to look into your abundant favor upon us, your servants, whom you have entrusted with the performance of such important trust in this community. Let your blessings descend upon us assembled, and grant that we may treat and consider all the matters that shall come under our attention and deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of the region, and of those whose interest you have committed to us. Amen.
You proceed.
Thank you. Honorable members, good morning. In our motions today, we'll follow the same procedures we followed yesterday. Each motion will take 30 minutes. The mover of the motion will read the motion as it is stated in the order paper, and the seconder will come and second and make contribution. Then after, the mover of the motion will come back and expound on the motion. Thereafter, the members will contribute on the motion. At the end of the motion, in wisdom of the speaker, the mover will come back and read the resolution, and after that we shall have the vote within the stipulated time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good morning once again. For proper sitting of this House and proper time management, I'm going to take in only 3 points. Point number 1, point of the order. Point number 2, point of inquiry. Point number 3, point of information. If you have something, then you say that. Please take note that point of order sits all other points. And again, I wish you deliberation, and let us make use of the fourth Parliament, East African Youth Parliament, and follow the order paper. And I want to call upon the mover, Mogyama David from Uganda. Please come forward.
Good morning, Right Honorable Speaker, the clerks, and honorable members in the House. All protocol observed. My name is David Mujema. I come from Uganda. I stand before you to move a motion on item number 12 that says, motion for a resolution of the East African Youth Parliament urging governments of the East African member states to urgently address the reproductive health challenges and sexual offenses caused by the pandemic among the East African youths. I beg to submit. Thank you.
The seconder, please. Merci. Honorable Merci. Honorable Merci. Merci Moyende from Kenya. Please come forward. She's online? Okay. Our technical team, please. Can you follow that? Are you ready? 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 Honorable Mercy, can you please speak? Can you please speak? Can you please speak? Can you please speak?
Madam Speaker and all the honorable members present, we live as a present, we live as a present, we live as a present. My name is Honorable
If we are
Martin
having
from Kenya.
problem with the technical team, please can you write it down and inbox it today? And then we move ahead. And then we move ahead. And then we move ahead.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
To finish some.
Thank you. This is what the clerk working on. Yeah. Honorable Mercy, can you please unmute your mic? Clerk, you proceed.
In my statement, to avoid limited.
Honorable Mercy, it seems like there is a technical problem with you there. Can you just inbox what you want to say, and then we'll move forward with the motion. Thank you. Honorable members, can we just have somebody from within, a honorable member who can second this motion?
Honorable Maso, could you please speak what you want to present? We are hearing you.
I think I'm comfortable enough typing it in the chat to avoid any feedback from the technical, or is that okay with everyone?
We can hear you clearly, Maso. You go ahead and speak.
All right, Madam Speaker and all honorable members present, my name is Honorable Mercy Munde from Kenya, and I stand before you to second the motion that East Africa Youth Parliament urging governments of the EAC member states to urgently address the reproductive health challenges and sexual offenses caused by the pandemic among East African youth. Well, ever since the pandemic came up, there has been a lot of effect on sexual offenses reported, and majority of these sexual offenses reported are by young people and women and girls. So now I would urge all the member states to take it up seriously and put up actions that would help reduce the incidence of more sexual offenses reports coming up. And I would also like to commend my country, Kenya, for the introduction of the Polycare policy book that is under the Kenya Police Service, and also to request other member states and their representatives to kindly help push that there is more inclusion of the young people, so that we can have solutions that are youth-based to help solve our problems. And with that, I second the motion.
The move of the motion, can you please come and justify your motion before we open the floor for debate?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the precurrent Speaker, Honorable Mercy Mwende, for seconding the motion. Honorable members in this Honorable House, as the motion stated above, we have two elements in this motion. Look at item number 12, right? The two elements are reproductive health challenges and then sexual offenses. Now, we're going to have to break down these two statements and we understand what they do mean. By definition, reproductive health implies that people are able to have a satisfying and a safe sex life, and that they have the capability to reproduce and the freedom to decide if, when, and how often to do so. I prepared the statistics, I arranged everything to come and read before this House, but I had change of mind. Let me give you a story. I've been part of the school guild union, Right Honorable Speaker. Someday, some nursing student, she's doing nursing certificate, sent someone to come and approach me as a guild minister on health. And the concern was, she was out of tuition and she wanted us to do a fundraiser. I'm justifying this motion, Right Honorable Speaker. Now, on finding out, I called the girl. Of course, names withheld for confidentiality purposes. We are not allowed to share details of patients, but let's give her a name. Let's call her Prossy. She came forward, and on reaching out, the girl wanted tuition to finish her last semester. Now, on speaking to this young lady, who was around 16 years, wanted to do her exams, nursing certificate, I realized the girl had a very big problem at hand. What was the problem? This is a young girl whose mother had died of cancer the previous semester, and the mother left the uncle to take care of the children. And this girl, she had reached a point of which she got tuition the first semester, and the second semester she couldn't proceed. Why? Because the uncle had gotten this girl pregnant, and that was the condition, to get tuition from the uncle. Imagine the brother to your mother who has passed on, the mother has left you in the hands of the uncle, and then you have to get tuition, and then you have to sleep with the uncle. You are 16 years old, the uncle is married. As if that wasn't enough, when the girl got pregnant, the man threatened the girl that should my wife know, I am going to kill you and we are going to disown you from the family. So this girl could not get tuition. Now, what came to my mind at that particular moment, I received Prossy when she was malnourished. She didn't have anything on her, no nothing, but she was pregnant, I realized. We went to, actually what we thought that was pregnancy, we went to the clinic and did a scan and realized that she had had an abortion. Do you understand? Now, on finding out the girl was getting septic, she handled the abortion illegally and it went bad. She had fevers, she was vomiting, she was having all those, like the infectious symptoms that you can read as a medic. What she did, she bought misoprostol because she wanted to go back and get tuition from the uncle who was sleeping with her. And then the uncle had switched off the phone saying that, I cannot keep giving you tuition associating with you. My wife is going to find out. This is a girl who got stuck. And then she wanted to come to the guild leaders to mobilize for some tuition around so that she can stay in that environment. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of this House, I picked the girl, we went and did a scan. We realized she had retained products of conception. You know when you swallow misoprostol and then it doesn't clear out from your uterus, sometimes it can go bad. She bled a lot and almost died. She didn't say that to anyone. She locked herself in a room. In those retained products of conception, she got fever, she started getting septic. We went and did a dilatation and curettage. We cleaned the uterus, and I brought the girl to my place. I got a friend of mine who is a guild deputy speaker. He's a female called Honorable Pearl, and then we took care of the girl. We bought charcoal, we bought yaka, umimi, we bought water. We took care of the girl. And then we later went and mobilized for tuition, right? I shared the story with my parent, with my mother, and then she had to cater for the rest of her last year in school. This is a story not only for Prose in Uganda, but for so many Ugandan girls. Ladies and gentlemen, us sitting here and we discuss post-COVID, it seems and looks like Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Sudan, Burundi, we are not having problems even before that COVID. The problem we are discussing right now has existed even before COVID. We are not going to find solutions today post-COVID, but we are going to go back and look at the statement problem. Imagine how many girls out there are suffering like Prosi, but they don't have a friend like David, or they don't have a friend who knows David to come and approach me. Imagine how many girls here who don't even have the capacity to speak out when they are in that situation because of stigma and embarrassment here in East Africa. There are so many girls where menstruation is not discussed, gender-based violence is not discussed, abortion is not discussed, simply because of cultural beliefs and religious beliefs and ignorance. We stand here before you today to bridge that gap, and us seated here representing the people, we have to discuss these things and hold a very honest discussion about these things. So, Right Honorable Speaker, it is from that point that we want to save a lot of proceeds out there in East Africa, and we are the very first ambassadors. I would beg honorable members seated before me to take up this motion seriously, and we speak out without favor and fear. We have to speak the truth to authorities even when our voices are shaking, and save us. The future we want is today. The education we want is today. The information we want is today. The women emancipation we want is today. Because there are so many complications that come along. Now, imagine that is forced sex, an element in our topic of discussion or our motion. Imagine that is reproductive health challenges, an element in this motion. I would ask us to get this together and save our mothers. Those are sisters, those are women we are going to marry from, those are going to be presidents of this world. I thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable members of the House, the floor is open for debate. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Apio Angel from Uganda. I'm here to support the motion and call upon East African community to look at the topic of bringing about sex education from all levels. For instance, at the age of 12, someone is already experiencing menstrual cycles, and they are active sexually. And if they're not told that at this age you can get pregnant, and maybe the ways of how to prevent pregnancy, they should also be told how to go about with the body changes, so that by the time they get into these things, they know what to do, how to do it, and when not to do some things. So I call upon the House to look upon this and move the motion. Thank you.
Remember, could you please, Honorable, when you are talking, can you stand up and then you say your name, where are you coming, where are you from, then you go ahead with your point.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think my height is an issue with standing, so I beg that I can sit. Or you see, the posture is already wrong. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think I have an issue with the motion mover. It is important that we know the statistics, even if you're shying away from them. To what extent? Then again, I listened to your story, and I'm wondering if the pandemic wasn't there, wouldn't that happen? It would still happen. So your motion is basically looking at the post-COVID and the post-pandemic issues. And for that issue, it's a common one, and I think you should really justify that these issues are happening basically because of the incurrence of COVID in the region.
Information.
Thank you, Honorable. We don't have anyone from this side? Okay, that's good. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I also sit or stand?
Have a seat.
Okay, thank you, Madam
Information.
Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker.
I'm on the floor. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my colleague, Dr. David,
Wait.
for the motion.
The two honorable, can you please put your mic off?
So I want to thank the motion mover for the insight in the motion. Honorable Brian, you were saying he didn't mention that. He did say these things have been happening before even the pandemic. So we are looking for solutions. Imagine David gave you a scenario. It took me emotional, by the way. A scenario of a young girl doing that because they want to go to school. Look at this scenario where you have a young girl, an orphan, they are living positively, they are living with disability, and they are under such care. Our young sisters are in danger, and I would love that us as a house, we move that the East African community, look at how we can move, have policies that will take such people, like the uncle to Prosi, the one we called Prosi. They needed to be charged and have them imprisoned. With that, I also request that maybe we would have sex education adopted by the member states. We need this as yesterday because this can, at a point, enable the young people know what to do and when to do it. Some things are happening because these children of ours, the young sisters of ours, and the younger boys are not being educated sexually, and they are active. Take, for example, in Uganda, we have been in the lockdown for 2 good years now. They are coming to 2 good years. And we have been having young people at home whose parents are not really caring about them because they have to look for food for them. I wouldn't say that they're not caring, but they don't have that much time. We are in the third world countries, we are struggling as East Africa. So if we are having such parents who are looking for food, they can't have time to have the children. You saw even in Uganda.
What is your solution?
My solution would be, one, let's have the member states approve sex education, not only for schools, but also have the programs on TV and all broadcasting medias having these topics discussed. Let's not shun away from sex education because this is the only way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Yeah, you're welcome. Now, the next to you, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, fellow honorable members of Parliament. My name is Wandia Kimani from Kenya. I'd like to also just add on an aspect of sanitary hygiene products for women. And I'll just pose this question. Have you ever considered why condoms are given out for free, yet sanitary hygiene products are not given out for free? Why are they taxed for ladies? We've been talking about the pink tax for so long, and just to give relevance to the pandemic, a lot of parents, a lot of young people lost their jobs. And that means that the story of the young girl who missed tuition, that means they also don't have the resources necessary to purchase these hygiene products, which is a necessary reproductive health resource or tool. So we need to see how our member states and our governments can be able to provide these sanitary hygiene products to young girls and to young women at affordable costs, if not for free. We need to remove the taxes and make sure these products are affordable and available and accessible to every single young woman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Halima.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, Madam. Actually, I also wanted to address on the issues to do with the challenges faced by the youth during this pandemic and the post. We have had issues to do with suicide. Very many youth outside there, because of the issue of unemployment, some of them almost wanted to commit suicide. So I would urge, like the East African Council, to come up with the rehabilitation centers that at least when a youth loses his or her job, is able to take for rehabilitation for free. We have had issues to do with harmful alcohol use. Because people are idle and are stopped from moving, like to their workplaces, youth have become very, very idle. So we find them drinking cheap alcohol that is even causing death. So I would suggest that if they come up with these measures to allocate these types of alcohol to which people are supposed to use them, because we are finding even a 16-year-old boy, old girl, they're buying alcohol. So I don't know, this issue of 18 and above is no longer respected, because I am talking out of information. I have met these people in the bars. So, Madam Speaker, this pandemic has really affected the youth as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Halima. Can we please, honorable members, when one of your colleagues is talking, don't open the mic, please. I'm urging you. Look, if you have point of order, just shout. Say point of order, we'll hear you. Please. Thank you. Honorable, welcome.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Madam Speaker. I'm Honorable Peter Masui from Tanzania. I would like to submit concerning the motion. I support the motion, but with a statement from the Minister of Health from Uganda. He said, we have focused for centuries, like 20 years now, and on educating the girl child, and we have forgotten the boy child. And the boy child now is doing the unimaginable to the girl child. All these sex offenses are things concerning sex offenses or domestic violence in our community is because we have forgotten the boy child. We have left him out. He don't know what to do. And another thing to add on that, the internet nowadays gives the opportunity
Thank you. Order is not debatable. I wanted to inquire, and this is a point of order by the way. He didn't swear in as an honorable member yesterday. He was a sergeant. Today is an honorable member. Tomorrow, what will you be? You better leave the house.
Thank you. Yesterday, Madam Speaker was part of us this side, but today she's there. She'd also read the house.
The question is, did you swear in as a honorable member?
I swear it and signed the
You
form.
swore in. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Go ahead, Honorable.
Thank you. To add on my point concerning sexual offense, the boy child now they can access through the internet pornography, violence, so they act upon that. So I urge this House to add that in order to end sex offense, domestic violence, we need to educate the boy child and empower him to understand that girls are our sisters, our daughters, and we need to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Can we please give chance to the Honorable Members who are online to say something? Honorable Clerk, can you proceed with this?
Honorable Chris, could you say something, please?
Okay, honorable members, good morning. I am Engineer Chris Kimadi from Kenya, and since yesterday I've been here and especially raising my hand because I had something to say. Okay, what is most important for us honorable members to do is to equate our populations with the educations. Sex is not a bad thing, but sex without education is a bad thing. Another thing, what is needed to be done, for one thing is about, we need to teach our generations about the sex health, and what they need to be done is to get education to these girls and young people to understand that sex is being a good thing is supposed also to be, for example, a unity in our schools. When we have efficient educations on sex, our people are going to get more knowledge about sex, and there is nobody who is going now to misuse sex against our sisters. And once these things is done, we are going to live in a society where everybody will now be doing what is right. Especially in Kenya, currently I'm learning a foundations. In fact, I got it registered last week, where our aim is now to donate some sanitary towels to our girls, because the reason why we're here is to provide solutions. I'm running another project that is based on beekeeping, where also girls have involved the girls in this project. They are doing this project instead now going to border riders to get some of these sanitary towels. There is a project we engage in where they can get some income as a source of where they can get something to buy those sanitary towels. And on that, Madam Speaker, there is another motion I would like to move, but now I'll do it on a commentary, on a comment line, so that we can do that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and congratulations for you being elected yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Can we proceed with the next honorable? Honorable members in the House, we still have two more people online, two more honorable members online, so let them finish, then I will come back to the House. And I still have the two honorable members selected already.
Madam Speaker,
You wait.
in 2018,
you wait. I said don't open the mic before. Speaker, Order, please. Let's proceed. Honorable members online.
Machok.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Speaker and all the other honorables in the House and online. As the motion is concerned, what we need first to know is reproductive health itself. So in our community in East Africa, do we have reproductive rights? For example, in South Sudan, where they force the young girl to marry an old man. When the girl rejects, they can even beat, and then the girl dies. Or they can also force the young man to marry the girl he doesn't want. So is there reproductive right? There is nothing like that. So for us to stop those things, at least our governments, our member states have to formulate policies that will protect young people to choose for their own people they want to stay with a husband or a wife. So doing that will reduce the gender-based violence. The gender-based violence should not only be focused on girls or ladies alone. There are also men that are also suffering from gender-based violence. So what can we do to do that? Unless we formulate policies to protect everybody under reproductive concern. Thank you.
Honorable Clerk, proceed. The next.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I would also like to read comment from Julia Marco from Tanzania, and she have indicated in this manner that, Honorable Members, I am Julia Marco from Tanzania. I support the motion, but we have to create awareness on both genders. We should not ignore boys because we should not ignoring boys because it seems like we are going one step ahead and move back 10 steps. I commend this point. Boys should be concerned on this. Another honorable member, Chol Machoka have talked. He also sent is a comment that government of our member states to formulate policies and regulations to protect young people from GBV, such as forced marriages, arranged marriages, and even child marriages. So the next online speaker is Hafidha Musa.
Hafiza, are you ready?
The citizen we needed to for understanding the issue about reproductive health and sexual offenses, so as decrease for effects and volume in the society. My inside suggestion if East Africa's government in use social medias and computer about the private medias to provisions and education. So the many of citizens to be that seat. Hello?
Head. Good. Can you write it down? Then we'll read it later. Honorable members in the House, the two honorable who were selected before, can you go direct to the point and also provide solutions? What you people want to say? How do you want this thing to be done? And with the recommendations, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm Hilda. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and member of the House. I'm Hilda from Tanzania. Going direct to the motion that the EAC state to urgently address the reproductive health challenge and sexual offense caused by pandemic. I can argue with the current speakers that if you can see the problem here is the risk that is involved through the pandemic. And here, the risk is just associated with psychological and behavioral change. So what I can say is the government to see the proper way and the expert in public health to see the proper way to address this and find the alternative to solve this problem. Here, maybe I can say for the children and to support the current speaker from online, that the boy child have just been left behind so much and they are at high risk because we have just heard the stories about the gender-based violence that boy child are involved. So I can just propose that maybe the expert in public health should just be creative and just prepare the session on TV or radio to address this, but also to create the session which will just train the children and the
And the young people who are just idle at home, maybe to do things like gardening, planting trees at home, connecting.
It's awareness, right? It's awareness.
Madam Speaker, we are having the discussion which
If
is
you
the
have
petition.
something, say order or information. Otherwise, you're not allowed to speak before I give you permission. This one. Again, respect your colleague who is standing up there and respect her opinion. What is she saying? Thank you.
Wanted to bring to this House attention that in 2018, there is a bill that was withdrawn from IALA on the same matter, and I would like that each member to, try and look at it before even we continue.
Okay, thank you. But as we can see, the motion is about the pandemic, and if we can just remember, the pandemic has started 2019. So the 2018 might be not that much relevant. Okay, what I could say is just, let's try to connect with nature by just having this session in training to train our youth and children to maybe in different activities which won't make them idle, like painting, planting tree, gardening, keeping pets at home, in these activities, and which might make them just be active, and we'll just avoid this risk concerning with behavioral and psychological change, which are just caused by pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Go ahead.
Johanna, thank you for the opportunity. I would like to rectify something on procedure. There is currently a bill, an East African Community Sexual and Reproductive Health Bill 2021. So for information, to give information to the previous speaker, there is currently a bill. I would like to continue, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to congratulate
Go
you.
direct to the point and we provide solutions. And please try to minimize because I want to give another 4 more chances. And those who speak before, I will not repeat.
Please reserve my time, Johanna. So first of all, I would like to declare interest that I am a survivor of childhood sexual abuse. So this is important to me. This is personal. Well, the first solution I would like to suggest is that member states need to include sexual abuse in the definition of sexual abuse in their criminal statutes. I think by that, by including that, we will have a clear provision in those statutes stating these are offenses and they are punishable. Secondly, I'd like to emphasize what previous honorable members of this House have stated, that we should include sex education, menstrual hygiene education, and self-defense in curriculum in schools, from elementary schools. To add to that, again, member states should not hide under the shade that sex education is contrary to our values, to our custom and our traditions, because children are suffering. And as I said, I'm a survivor. And so it's not only children, but also youth. And the problem is worse. And the pandemic has made it worse. As I said yesterday, we've moved from bad to worse. Imagine, globally, 1 in 5 children are experiencing sexual violence. If you would allow, I would count in this, this House, Johanna, 1 in 5. I withdraw that statement. So, as I mentioned, sex education, sexual abuse should be included in criminal statutes, and menstrual hygiene and self-defense should be included in curriculums in our schools. Thank you, Johan.
Thank you so much, Honorable. I will take 2 more chances, you and the one with the glasses at the back. And then from this side, I will take you up there, plus him.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was really going to get disappointed for not giving me this opportunity. The fact that I was one of your nominator and Madam Speaker, allow me also pass my resolution. I propose that our government need to work hand in hand with civil society organization to raise public awareness of medical referrals services during the COVID-19. I want to give a scenario like in Uganda, Madam Speaker, when we had total lockdown and there were no public means. People would not move, the youth would not move from one place to another to access health services. So it was really a problem, but when government works hand in hand with civil society organization to put up health camps, this is going to help the youth to access such services like counseling and testing, getting services for HIV. Thank you so much.
Permission to speak? Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Linda Mushi, and I'm representing Tanzania. A lot of repetition has happened about talking about sex education and educating the youth, but I think we need to understand that psychologically, sex offenders take up this offense in their households, and it starts at home, and it starts in the things that they emulate and the things that they mirror. So I propose the solution of Child Protective Services. They need a place to go. After we educate them that this is an offense, after we educate them that this is wrong, where are they gonna go? Because this is their homes, this is what they're used to. I don't know if in East Africa we have the culture of Child Protective Services. I personally am not aware of it, and it goes to show how little we put upon these measures in ensuring the safety of our children and the youth. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Hayamo Safekon from Tanzania. I would like to add from Honorable Juliana said, where are they going if they have already get that education, but starting to get this education, where are they going to get this education? Frankly, that in each member state, they have to have a youth-friendly centers that they could go to get this education. Because in the place where I am coming from, Zanzibar, we had these centers. The issue is the sustainability of these centers, they are not. Because 99% of the people who are living in Zanzibar, they are Muslim. They make these issues of reproductive health in casing of religion. So for those, each member state, they have to consider these issues of traditional cultural practices and religion. So as we could derive these issues of reproductive health and other issues for use these user-friendly centers, because they could get different issues, different education there, so as we can reach where we want to go. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for supporting a boy child like me. So, yeah, first I would like to second the motion, but also congratulate Honorable David to have brought this motion to the floor. We understand that sexual reproductive health and rights is of great public concern in our region. So first I would love to declare that I'm a male menstrual champion with UNICEF, but I also like to put forward 3 recommendations that can be taken forward by this House. One, when talking about sexual reproductive health, we need to see how we can collectively come up with solutions. Some members have already mentioned engaging cultural leaders, but we can have a collective coalitions where we have cultural leaders, we have young people themselves, we have young, first-time young mothers and other groups. But also secondly, that I can also advise, because one of the challenges facing the sector is financing. So I can call upon our regional governments and development partners to think and come up with strategies on how they can come up with domestic financing for our budgets in order to cater for sexual reproductive health and rights. Then finally, we've seen there's a great relationship between sexual reproductive health and rights, GBV, as well as legal aid. So most of the young people who are vulnerable or marginalized in terms of sexual reproductive health and rights, they need to be linked to legal aid or legal services where they can report these cases, just like the story we had from Honorable David. Thank you so much.
Thank you, honorable members. If anyone still have some recommendations you want to say and you did not get the chance, can you please write it down and give it to the clerk? They will take note of that. Thank you. I call upon Honorable Moyenga David, the mover, come and
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker, but I want to make some correction where Right Honorable, I'm forgetting his name, but he said that we didn't present the statistics. I really have them and I'll share with you because we didn't have enough time to make mention of the realities and then incorporate with the statistics, but we do have them, of course. I am organized enough to have such information. In any case, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to put before this Honorable House that a society without information in darkness is it's at risk, like it's a deadly society. Of course, that goes without saying. Now, we want to tell these young ladies out there that if you do not know when you ovulate, you do not know whether you have a short cycle or a long cycle or a normal cycle, you won't know when to become pregnant, and that is a disaster. Right Honorable Speaker, as I'm making my prayers here, I want to educate even the girl child that is here, the ladies who are going to pass on this information, that it would be prudent enough to go back and teach these girls that before you engage in any sexual activity, kindly understand your cycle. That is the first step. This is basic information, much as people do not pay attention to it, that between 28 days to 35 days, that is a normal cycle. As long as you are going to ovulate, actually, the people that we consider to have a very normal cycle is actually the biggest number of people are menstruating every after 28 days. So they are likely to have their ovulation around 14th every month. Avoid having live sex 3 days or 4 days prior to that ovulation date. And avoid having live sex 3 to 4, 5 days post your ovulation date. The rest of the days you can have all the sex you want if you are married. Because the rest of the days in the month are called safe days. They are safe days. I'm speaking this because I have done obstetrics and gynecology from 3rd year in my medical school. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm giving information. I'm proceeding. Let me finish here. Why? Assuming you got into your menstruation, your first day, today was your first day of menstruation, and you're having a normal cycle, that means that if you finish your menstruation like on the 5th day, that means you are safe if you have a normal cycle, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th day. To the married people, the married couples, they can have live sex and they never get pregnant. But from that date, you're going to have to risk around 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th on the day of ovulation. Why? Because a male sperm will stay in your uterus for about 3 to 5 days and you'll conceive. The moment it finds a sperm there and you're ovulating, you're going to become pregnant. How do you avoid this? Avoid the sex towards your ovulation, right? And then how does one, I'm educating society, ladies and gentlemen. This is serious information. And then, I am closing. And then, we'll have this topic even outside. I'm available. So, how does one know?
Madam Speaker.
How does one know they are ovulating? Of course, that is biology we are going to discuss. Until we know the basics. Because you see, we are in a generation that is solving every problem with postina. That is a very big problem. Yet we can enjoy without actually becoming pregnant and being responsible. What are the prayers to government? the prayers to government are considering the pandemic element, because this is what people are saying, that we are discussing the pandemic. The government and other stakeholders must establish good and safe alternative transportation to allow women to access much needed health care, because, for example, where you come from, we had curfew and we're shut down. So let there be a waiver for pregnant ladies. At least the cars can start transporting them to the health facilities. We need the health ministry to work closely with civil society organizations to raise public awareness of medical referral services during COVID, because all the attention is given to COVID-19 and people are not attended to when they come with abortion and all those other things. So we need it to be a priority. Last, paying attention to training and supporting health workers and supporting healthcare providers during the prevailing pandemic and providing all the necessary resources and systems to contain the spread of the virus safely and effectively while providing healthcare to others. This is done by providing them with reliable and up-to-date information, safety, protection equipment, and emergency services. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Information, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wanted to say that the mover has just mentioned the scenario as if the challenge we have here, it's all about just getting pregnant. But let's keep in mind that the risk here is not even about getting pregnant, because we have the girl child and boy child who are even, maybe they're not even that capacity of getting married, but they're just offended. So what I can say is that let's go beyond the pregnant, because the scenario is like just you decide either to have sex or not. But here we talk about a sexual offense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not
Information, Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead. Wait, not you. Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, you're beautiful. I withdraw that statement, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to second what the motion mover was saying in a single statement. And I agree with him that, Madam Speaker,
no. Madam Speaker, he's out of order, Madam Speaker.
I withdrew the statement, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'm not giving more chances because we exhausted this motion and we are going direct to vote for the motion.
Madam Speaker,
So-
I have not finished.
No, you said you withdraw and you say thank you. That's it, finish.
I withdrew saying you're beautiful,
No
Your
way.
Honor, but
Again,
you are still
no.
beautiful.
No, thank you.
I was saying Madam
you,
Speaker, I
Honorable.
was saying,
Yes.
the motion mover was saying, we
Uh-huh.
should teach youth how to not get pregnant. And I second what he is saying.
Thank you.
Point of information, Right Honorable Speaker, is it in, I would love to educate the pre-current speaker. After making a prayer, we move to the vote. You don't have need to educate the motion mover after his prayer. Thank you.
Procedure.
Thank you, Honorable. The Honorable who used to open his mic without permission, what do you want to say?
I think mine is on a procedural matter that my question, but this is basically to you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
The point of order, who grants it? Is it the Speaker or the precurrent Speaker?
Sorry?
Who grants the point of order?
Is the Speaker?
The rules say that?
You go back to the rules and procedure, then you will read it.
Because the point of order is not debatable. When a house is out of order and have risen on a point of order, the precurrent speaker must go silent. And the point of information, the precurrent speaker can always give it to the person who wants to give him information. Say it's
Again, I still say those who open mic without permission are the one making this distraction. So please, before you open your mic, seek for permission. And right away, we are going for voting for this motion. Those who are in support of the motion can say aye, And those who are not in favor of the motion, just say may. Okay. I only had one may, so the motion is passed. Some people went silent, especially two of you.
We make other things to be complicated.
By the way, there is some small details. You don't stand on it. So can we move forward? Yes, Honorable.
Madam Speaker, I think Honorable Okori is becoming too much now. Give others a chance to speak.
Thank
Point
you,
of
Honorable.
information.
Excuse me. Can the House be in order for now? Let's move with the procedure, and then we have a lot to do. We have a long day today, and we have a lot of motions still pending. So can we move ahead with the program, or we leave it like that? If we want to talk, we can speak until evening. We don't have any problem with that. So let's move, honorable members, to the motion number 13. I call upon Honorable Baduru Juma from Tanzania.
Thank you so
Side
much.
talks, please. Those who usually talk. Honorable members, the two honorable members, I'm talking about you. Can we please give our ears to listen to our honorable member who want to move a motion? And please keep the House in order.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. First, I also congratulate you upon your victory yesterday into the Speaker's office. Secondly, I just want to wish if we could recognize one of the SDG champions who joined us today, Madam Glory Anderson, working with TED Tanzania. Please may you stand for recognition. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, I just want to convey greetings from the government of the United Republic of Tanzania to some of the delegates who came from other member countries. Arusha is very safe. There is no curfew. Please enjoy. Yeah, so I wish to arise to move a motion, number 13, as stated in the order paper. And it's my expectation that member states, honorables, you'll be able to support this motion. The motion is centered on East African Youth Parliament, urging member states to sign and ratify the African Charter for Democracy, Elections, and Good Governance, and operationalization of the subsequent youth councils in East Africa. Right Honorable Speaker, I move the motion.
Thank you, Honorable. The seconder, Honorable Halima Asena from Uganda. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Good morning, members. My name is Asina Halima, and I'm from Uganda. Honorable members, as you are all aware that the youth have no direct say in regarding to issues affecting them. This is because we lack direct governance in the East African Council. So in this due case, I propose a motion for a resolution. I second a motion for the resolution of the East African Youth Parliament urging member states to sign and ratify the African Charter for Democracy, Elections, and Good Governance, and the operationalization of the subsequent youth councils of the East African member states. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Halima. The mover, can you please come and justify your motion?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you so much, Honorable Halima, for seconding the motion. Now, Madam Speaker, our motion is centered on two key main areas. One, we are talking about ratification of the ACDEC, the Charter, as well as meaningful participation and engagement of young people in form of establishing national youth councils. Now, when you talk about the African Charter, just to remind the House, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance was adopted on 30th January 2007 as one of the AU's main normative instruments to set standards for better governance as well as across the continent. But East African countries were not left behind. And as of 2019, out of 6 East African member countries, at least 2 countries had already signed and ratified the Charter. But the 4 remaining countries were still on the way to ratify the Charter, but a lot has to be done. However, the Charter came into force in 2012 after ratification by only 15 member states, and it should be remembered that in 2017, the Charter was ratified by around 30 member state countries out of 55. However much the ACDEC is different from other AU instruments or previous instruments that have ever been adopted, since it combines the holistic approach. We have all the elements of good governance and all elements of human rights. They are called for within the Charter. So it makes it different and outstanding from other charter that AU has ever signed. Madam Speaker, one of the objectives of the ACDEC is to enhance quality governance within our regions at East African level as well as the African continent, as well as promoting human rights, strengthening and improving political, economic, and social governance, but also addressing recurring issues, including issues affecting young people and children in our region. But also, Madam Speaker, there has been some good results so far achieved through ACDEC for the countries that have already ratified, as well as the member countries within the region, even those that have not yet ratified the Charter. One of the results, tangible results, you see, like when you go to a country like Rwanda, they've already established a governance board, which is an outcome out of the ACDEC. But also other countries understand they are also moving forward to see how they can make use of the boards like Rwanda that they have done, to see how they can also improve issues related to good governance, human rights, and constitutional issues. Madam Speaker, I also want to state that the ACDEC provides a platform through which different organisms and institutions can operate, and all these institutions, in most cases, they are mainstreaming issues related to governance, issues related to human rights, issues related to participation and freedom. But also, Madam Speaker, when we're talking about ratification and signing of the ACDEC Charter, it's not about signing only, but we're also emphasizing member states to see how they can adopt and also meaningfully engage other groups, including the young people. And that's why the issue of establishing national youth councils came into place on how young people can be champions of making sure that the ACDEC Charter is fully adopted. But also, Madam Speaker, we understand that in our East African region, we have different member states that have already moved forward with establishing national youth councils. But at least for Tanzania and Burundi, we are on the way heading there. But also, I would love to use this opportunity to also congratulate the government of the United Republic of Tanzania for having started now moving forward into how they can establish a national youth council. And this has taken long after several learning from member countries that have already gotten national youth councils, including Kenya. We've also had a study from Rwanda, but also learning from Kenya as well. So it is very recommendable that when we are meeting here next year for the same session, we're likely to have had some members from the National Youth Councils. So, Madam Speaker, talking about the National Youth Council and ACDEC, we as young people, or young people within our regions, the percentage of their populations cannot be undermined in terms of implementing all these priorities that are mentioned to the ACDEG. So allow me to open the motion through your office for discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable members, the House, the floor is open for debates. And I'm starting with Honorable at the back. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Robert Sylvester Majige from the United Republic of Tanzania. First of all, I congratulate Padre Juma for moving out this motion for the resolution of the East African Youth Parliament on urging member states to sign and ratify the African Charter for Democracy, Election, and Good Governance, and authorization of subsequent youth councils of the East Africa. Madam Speaker, in Tanzania, in 2015, the Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania enacted an act of parliament called the National Youth Council. Since then, this particular National Youth Council has not come into operation, following that under Section 29 of this act, it requires the minister to make regulations for better carrying out of the council. And this has been in a very serious concern, and we are seeing now there has been some steps that have been taken by the government to make sure that this youth council is coming into operation. I urge the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, and specifically the ministry responsible, to make this action of a very great concern, and making sure that Tanzania is not lagging behind of having this National Youth Council. We have member states which have youth councils in their respective countries. As Tanzania lacking the National Youth Council makes us in a bad light, and it acts as an intervention or a restriction to the fostering of the East African community integration. Madam Speaker, I want also to make observation on the importance of the member state to sign and ratify the African Charter for Democracy, Election, and Good Governance. This will provide an opportunity for the youth to engage in wider scope in matters pertaining governance. Also, it will help youth to be the key players in matters of politics, in matters of policies, and making laws. We understand that as per recent statistic, for instance, in 2019, the Interparliamentary Union report on youth in national parliament engagement, it reported that only 2% of youth were engaging in our national parliaments. Adoption and ratification of this African Charter for Democracy and the Election will enable youth to participate by providing equal opportunities for youths from all states, from all member states. It will provide equal opportunity for girls and boys. It will provide equal opportunity for people with disabilities to have their voices being heard in our national parliaments, and to have the laws which are being made which are inclusive. Madam Speaker, I also recommend that this charter should be taken as a very important in making sure that participation and access to justice and access of young people in East Africa is being taken to a greater consideration, and to make sure that our integration process is fostered and our democracy at the East African country is being is keeping on rising, and it helps us to reach our ultimate integration process of having a political confederation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for the points that you mentioned. We move ahead. Honorable, you're welcome.
Finally, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me yet an opportunity to contribute in this motion. For those that didn't get my name yesterday, I am Honorable Emmanuel Mulisa from Uganda, but mainly East African. Now, Madam Speaker, on this same very issue, involving national youth councils of the different East African countries, I want to highlight that, yes, even though we move to have this motion passed, we should also look into how these national youth councils in our different countries are given mandate. For example, I'll give an example of Uganda, where there is a clear process of how the leaders at the National Youth Council are elected. There is a very clear process. It's a democratic process, and youth at all levels are involved. The structures start right from the village level to parish, sub-county, district level, and then they elect a National Youth Council. But in our neighborhood in Kenya, it is not the same. It is different. We don't have a clear way in which, we don't seem to see a clear way in which this youth council or the leadership of the youth council in Kenya is given mandate. So even if we move to have youth councils in our different countries, we should have a clear way in which all the youth councils are elected. We should not have differences in how youth councils are elected. I'm happy about our brothers here in Tanzania, our brothers and sisters here in Tanzania, that yes, it was, there is an act of parliament that was passed, and it will be a statutory body. And I'm glad probably they benchmarked with Uganda. Rwanda, we are not very clear also about how they elect their National Youth Council, but they have a youth council there. So we need to have efforts that push for a clear way in which youth councils in these different countries are elected or are given mandate. Because we need the leadership of these youth councils to be elected by youth and not just being appointed by probably senior officials in government. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for the valuable words that you said. Honorable Clerk, can you please mute that mic? Honorable Clerk. Honorable. She's not. Thank you so much. We are going for a tea break. I will only take more 2 chances. Then after that, we break. We come back at 11 sharp. So you have.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I think my issue is the East African Youth Council Act has already had its first hearing, meaning that at the community level, the community is aware that Tanzania has a youth council.
No, you come again from the beginning.
I said that the East African Community Youth Council Act has already had its first hearing in the Yala Parliament.
Yeah.
Meaning that at the community level, the community is aware that Tanzania as a nation already has a youth council. And I'm here worried hearing that they don't have a youth council, yes, but they have an act of parliament already that was passed. I think the concerted measures, I want to add on from my Honorable Molisa here, that talk about a one framework on how things operate. The Vision 2040 of the East African Community that talks about the one political space and all those things is yet to be attained. But for now, nations are having concerted measures on how they are favored. At the East African Community level, we do negotiations. I say in Kenya we're doing this, in Uganda you're doing that, but we still cannot push them to do the same thing as is being done in Uganda. In Uganda we have the youth MPs, the affirmative actions are there. It's not the same in Tanzania maybe, in Kenya maybe. So before we reach to that level, can we understand that the youth councils are operational, yes? How they get to there is not our problem. Our problem is the leadership actively being involved in the policy making of the nation. And again, I think as we discuss all these things, and the motion movers should be referring back to the policies that are already being discussed, like in Yala, at the community level. We have the East African Youth Ambassadors that are already commissioned by the heads of summit. They discuss the same issues around this. Lately, in the elections in Uganda, we had observers from the East African community, and they were youth that came part of the same delegation. So the youth are being involved, but the information is not reaching to the final source, who are the youth. So we're non-informed, but I think the community, through the different departments of political affairs, the gender, and education, should push the message stronger through the ministries to the youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. We're also aware about the East African Youth Bill that was passed. It was, I think it was 2018 or 2019, something like that. And the East African community went to all the partners state for them to make lobby and see how are we going to push for this. And they pass it here. This is what I remember, because they also come to my country. So, Honorable Member, you're welcome.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, and take this opportunity to congratulate you first for the position. I'd like to contribute and to support this motion by just giving solutions, propositions of solutions. The first one that I will have to take in consideration is that youth will never be satisfied once they are not included in some making decision organ of the different governments. For example, in my country, we do have a Ministry of Sport, Ministry of East African Affairs, Youth and Sport and Culture. It should be, for example, that minister should be on the hand of young people. But if you go and see, the youth in that ministry are very limited, though it is a ministry of youth. Then when they are not in those positions that take decisions for them, I don't think that their interests will never be achieved. Thank you.
Much honorable. We have two honorable members online. Honorable Clerk, can you please proceed?
Madam Speaker, I gave you the names.
Okay. We have Honorable Garin. Our technical team. Yeah.
Madam Speaker and members, good morning. First and foremost, allow me to first rise on a point of information. There's a member who has stood up. I'm from Kenya, and has clearly mentioned that Kenya does not have a clear plan on how national youth councils are elected. For information, through the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, pursuant to legal notice 183, Kenya recently advertised an elections of subcommittees from our constituencies, which will then render us to a situation that we will end up having an election of certain council members for the National Youth Councils. Secondly, it needs to be on record that the problem that we have as member states of East Africa is that we do have legislations. Legislations do exist, and I'm speaking because I'm a lawyer by profession. Legislations do exist. The problem is that the impact, the implementations of the existing frameworks, both legal and policy, is where the problem is. The honorable member stood earlier and said that there is existing East African legislations. However, member states have not taken keen interest in implementing the existing legislations. Youth population is a problem, but when we have an institution that has sports and youth at the same time, for me, I think it is totally absurd. It is for member states to have legislations that expressively touches on the young people. Because if we include co-curricular issues with particular issues affecting the young people, and for instance, employment, and I'm saying there's a motion that will come on that, we must have member states that are keen on coming up with legislations. If we work on a lot of theory, a lot of paperwork, then it will remain paperwork, and the future of the young people will be placed into fate. But then if we allow us to work on youth legislative agenda, and the agenda should be very clear, and the clarity of the agenda must also speak to the implementations on how it is done. Because you find out that apparently most legislations, regional, multi and national, and even some international instruments, they are being done without youth participation. If you allow youths to participate in its formulations, and you place them in the hands of implementing on what they've already formulated, then we will be going somewhere as East African community. However, if we will be sitting down, coming up with legislations, and the people that are supposed to place those legislations into implementations, into action, are people whose interest does not in any way align with the interest of the young people, then technically we will be going wrong. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I support the motion.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Can we move to the second speaker? Is Honorable Ladu John.
Right Honorable Speaker, and good morning to all the in-house delegates. I am Ladu John from South Sudan, as I mentioned yesterday. Let me take this chance first to congratulate you, Madam Speaker. You're making the country proud by taking that seat that you have taken today. I would like to dwell my submission around the point of elections. If the delegates in the House are aware, South Sudan stands in a very unique position. It has not had any kind of election since its independence. The only type of elections we have had was a referendum. And so we are going for a period of elections in 2023, and I think it is very key that other East African community partner states come together to enhance cooperation between the African Union, between the regional economic communities, and international community on democracy, elections, and governance for the sake of South Sudan, so that we are not in a position to slip back into war again. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I think it is very important that the delegates in the House advocate and lobby for to promote the rule of law through observing and respecting the supremacy of the Constitution and constitutional order in the political arrangement of state parties. We have just witnessed what the elections that happened in Uganda earlier this year, and it's very important that the rule of law is observed at all costs. It doesn't matter who is who and what is what. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I think I would just like to add on what Gavin had said, Honorable Gavin said earlier. Youth must be included in whatever we're doing. There's no discussion about youth that is taking place without youth in the room. So it is important that youth are drawn to the decision-making table so that we can have a clear implementation of the African Charter. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable. At this juncture, Honorable members in the House, Honorable members online, we are going for a tea break for 20 minutes. And please, after 20 minutes, I want to see everybody in the hall for us to continue with the debate. The sitting is adjourned. Thank you.
Much obliged.
If you didn't register, yeah, there are tendency.
Happy birthday, dear Kimbo. Happy birthday to you.
Where is cake? That's one.
How old are you?
Control, calm down.
How old are you now? How old are you now?
No water, no water, no water, no water. Just something small. 1 second.
Oh my God. Honorable members, Thank you very much. I was really surprised, Honorable Vivian. Thank you for remembering that it's my birthday today. And I think, Emma, we are sharing dates. Or happy birthday to Emma. Happy birthday to Emma. So can we take a minute
Honorable
to
members
sing
of
for
the
him
House,
too?
I move the motion that we should.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Emma.
Happy birthday to you. So I would like to request Emmanuel to at least make a plan for us to have a birthday bash, right? Yeah. We really need to enjoy this. I mean, like, most of us are not in our country.
I second
we
the
need to make
motion.
memories together. Yeah, thank you very much.
I second the motion of the
Seconded.
Thank you, Nemo.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we are Scorpions. Quick one. People flying out tomorrow. First of all, the online participants we really appreciate and we thank you for your participation. The team that are flying out tomorrow, we are working on having a person come to do COVID testing. Now, unfortunately, it's not the same system as ours, where you get it after 6 hours, but we're seeing what to do about it, and we quickly get the results. So please be on standby, look for Julius, please give him your details, flight and all that, and make sure you're fully online so that you can engage. Number two, the Ugandan team and the Kenyan team, we are seeing if we can get at the border. We are already communicating with the Ministry of Health, Namanga, Department for Tanzania and Kenya to see if we can work around that. Because in the evening, that's when we'll get our COVID test money to be able to do the COVID tests as we're doing. Then the team from Tanzania, of course, there is going to be transport facilitation in the evening. Oh, we are live, eh? Tutaongea peke yetu.
Well, it is day 2 of the 4th sitting of the Vijana Assembly, also known as the East African Youth Parliament. And here with me is one of the honorables that had a chance to move a motion. He's going to introduce himself and at least give us an insight of the motion that was passed, the motion that was moved, and why he decided to move the very motion.
Good morning once again. My name is David Mujema. I am a Ugandan, but an East African at large, and I come from Uganda as the Speaker of Central Region Youth Parliament. Today I moved a motion urging the EAC member states to prioritize reproductive health and sexual offenses, moving a motion urging EAC member states to prioritize the reproductive health and then try to find solutions to combat the sexual offenses, especially during the pandemic. Why we moved that motion? Realize that we come from a third world, and then most of the things that has actually or have actually hit us so badly is the reproductive health of our young leaders, the young girls, the young people we represent as the young leaders, and this is an urgency. You've seen so many girls out there get pregnant because reproductive health to begin. And that's the reason why. And that's the reason why we came up and said, no, we can run to the East African community, East African Legislative Assembly, and we ask these people to put up this policy to be particular, to see how do we help this girl child who is getting pregnant in our mother or member states. How do we try to solve this? There's a lot of idleness. Students are not going to school. Children are not going to school. Boys have been subjected to drug abuses of all sorts. And then we are considering the girl child fine, but then the boy child has been left out. We are giving out free condoms and we're not giving out free pads. Or pads are taxed. Or there isn't information on even how to use these things. People are swallowing contraception anyhow, anything. We are saying all this must be addressed and we need this to be on paper, that we are doing this with authority, much as we've come up to speak for this young generation, but we want also the backing of our states, the special funding for these things to be told to society. We want to raise these voices even when they are shaking and speak truth to authority, that we are being neglected at a larger scale.
So as a young individual and as a young leader, I presume, what are you doing to see that such cases or such issues are handled? What are you doing on an individual basis?
On my individual basis, I've been a university leader all the years I've been in medical school. Oh, by the way, I'm doing medicine and surgery and I'm a finalist. I'm going to be a doctor soon. But then I've picked special interest into reproductive health. Why? Because these are the cases I see on a daily. Now, I have an organization where we look out for these very disadvantaged people and we take them to rehabilitate them. We give them a home. We try to find out the scholarships from government and all that. And then, most importantly, on a daily, I wake up to go to radios, to go to my social media pages and all the handles to speak about these things. Because what I realized is that we do not have information. The Bible says in Hosea 4:6 that my people are perishing because of lack of understanding. That's what even God says. Because people do not know, they are going to perish. So on a daily, even when I get platforms like this, even without even considering all the statistics that the bureaucrats use maybe to get donor funding and the countries are using a percentage, we start with the basics and say that the young generation is pregnant right now because of the COVID. It is getting worse. Now, what do we do about it? Come forward before the people and tell them this is how you can avoid getting pregnant. If you're not married, but you're having your partner or your boyfriend, this is safe sex. Menstruation is not shouldn't be stigmatized. It's not an embarrassment. We share with these people on a daily and we tell the girl child their responsibility, the boy child their responsibility, because ours is advocacy. I believe that if I tell you these things, you tell them to your family, because the most basic unit of a country is family. You tell your sister, I tell my sister, you tell your brother that drug abuse is bad, raping women is bad, raping girls is bad. All these things are bad, and we tell them the right things.
But you come to understand that the early pregnancies, the cases of early pregnancies that we have faced amidst the pandemic are due to lack of pads, yes? And you'll find that condoms are free, but pads are for sale. What is your comment on that?
One, government should remove taxes on pads, because at the end of the day, menstruation is not a choice, but erection is a choice. So we want a waiver on taxes. For example, where I come from, government has promised pads over and over again, but it has never given them to the girl child. This is an emergency. They ran a story on my country TV called NBS, Kanare Mugume, that girls were getting pregnant, sleeping with men while they were looking for pads. It was so traumatizing. So we want taxes removed, and we want at least even to be given platform to teach the young girls that we can use reusable, we can have reusable sanitary towels. Those ones who cannot purchase, there should be a reduced price on even those that can be bought, not only to make profit, but because government can do a lot of things. If it can build flyovers and all that, it can at least supply this sanitary towel. So removing taxes and getting them at a cheaper cost, and us teaching them on using reusable sanitary towels, I think it would be enough, and it would be good for our generation.
But to a great understanding, a number of civil societies or NGOs have come forth to address the same matter, but we are still getting cases of early pregnancies, rape, and all that. So what change, or what do you think you can bring onto the table for this to change? Because in as much as we have all these organizations dealing with menstrual hygiene and menstrual health, the numbers are still escalating.
Now, the institutions that have been left out in Africa, and it is sensitive, the cultural institutions, the religious institutions, you just do not know the impact these institutions have on the people down there. Even if the civil societies reach out to people randomly, and they do not come to churches to talk to the pastors, to talk to the bishops, to talk to the sheikhs, to talk to all religious leaders, because it is them that have to absorb and comprehend and digest this message to begin with, that they are going to tell them, because it is the indoctrination that we have carried from pre-colonial times, from the African traditional society. Our man doesn't do this, our man cannot really speak about menstruation in public, it's embarrassing. Now, there are institutions that we must engage to begin with, the culture and the religion. If they comprehend our message, their people understand them better than a lot of these civil organizations. That's one solution, including cultural institutions and religious institutions. Another solution is, why are we shying away from these topics and we only bring this up at the university level? Why can't we start preaching people about safe sex, about menstruation, about abortion, about gender-based violence down at primary level? In primary school, because girls are starting to menstruate from P5 and they don't have that information even when they are at university. So we need to descend the message to primaries. We create the way you do SST, the way you do science, we create a course unit or a subject that teaches people about their lives and their health. I don't think science covers it all. Science is missing it, a lot of it. So I would request government to even print special books that have this content down to the primary levels. By the time someone comes to secondary, they know this is normal. If I'm menstruating, I can tell a teacher, excuse me, sir, I have a problem, an emergency. And then that girl can run to the staff room. If they don't have money for pads, they can get help from the school, maybe a school matron. Or we need to be inclusional in doing this.
There is so much to talk about and discuss when it comes to menstrual hygiene and menstrual health, pads and condoms. But either way, that is why we are here at the East African Youth Parliament. My name is Elizabeth, and this is Faraja Television. We have heard from Honorable David, and we hope his motion is passed. Thank you very much. Keep in touch. We are live from Arusha, Tanzania, and we are here for the 4th East African Youth Parliament. Follow us on all our social media platforms, that is Faraja Television, and also engage into the discussion on Faraja Africa Foundation social media platforms.
Bunge la Vijana Afrika Mashariki.
I am hopeful that in the not too distant future, a good number of you here will either be speakers or legislators.
The East African Youth Parliament, also known as Vijana Assembly, is a well-known platform providing Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Uganda, and even Tanzania.
Young people who are school-going, who are supposed to be productive in this community,
are pregnant. And what does this mean?
The cabinet of Uganda, they have not prioritized this issue.
There is no need of us solving something without looking at its cause.
I want to address the motion on smoothing of processes of movement.
Many motions were
people
tabled to the East African Youth Parliament from the regional youth parliament that were held from each of the countries. This included access to quality education for young people who are financially disabled, exclusion of young people from leadership, politics, and governance, youth unemployment, creation of East African Youth Council, creation of safe civil spaces for young people, election violence, and above all, sexual and reproductive health and rights.
The problem is we only had one
The charter itself, it's been uneven in our region. As I earlier mentioned, that out of 6 East African member countries, at least 2 countries, that is South Sudan and Rwanda, they've already ratified the charter. So 4 remaining countries, they've not yet ratified the charter. But also, I just want also to comment on a discussion that has been going on in terms of EAC Youth Ambassadors portfolio. Right Honorable Speaker, for the EAC Youth Ambassadors portfolio, it's an initiative of the Inter-University Council of East Africa, and it normally engages with young people within the university institutions across the member states. So their mandate is to sensitize students within the universities, so they don't go beyond that border, and that's why they normally focus young people in university institutions who are not in their final years of their studies. But also something else to consider, within the EAC East African community, we have a principle of variable geometry, whereby if member states, some of the member states, if they agree on certain projects, they can move on their pace, whereas other members can join when they feel like they're comfortable to join some of the other projects. So I believe that when you're talking about East African, having East African Youth Council, we have some of the established national youth councils. We see it's vital for them to start moving ahead with the East African Youth Council, whereas other member countries, once they establish their national youth councils, they can easily join the platform as well. But also, Madam Speaker, I believe that the EAC member states, they are committed to good governance as a way of poverty reduction and economic development. And here are a few measures that I think they can be adopted by this House. One, we need to see that there are reforms towards strengthening good governance within our regions as a means of reaching the standards set by the ACDEC. But also, we need to see strong institution in terms of good governance, and these institutions, they must be inclusive, catering for the needs of the young people, but also even other target group. And we talk about, when we say young people, we understand their priorities among young people, they do vary from area to area. For instance, priorities for young people in rural areas, they might be different from priorities within the people or young people living in urban area or city centers. And just to mention a few, as a young man coming from a deep rural area, my priority could be being facilitated with agricultural inputs, whereas for young people in urban areas, their priorities could be maybe the government should reduce on the cost of oil or the cost of fuel in order for them to easily drive around cities. So, but also when you mention young people, we understand that we are talking about young people with disabilities. We're also talking young people who are able, so their priorities as well could be vary from one area to another. So involving this huge group into the implementation of ACDEC or implementation of National Youth Council, we need to come up with a study, but also we need to come up with priorities and see how we can address the groups at large. So, Madam Speaker, it is my expectation that the House will be able to support this motion, but also to adopt it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Now I will ask the House to vote for the motion. Those who are in favor with the motion say aye, and those who are not in favor of the motion say nay. So, okay, thank you. I hope you people are satisfied with it. My honorable member, I'm seeing you. You want to complain? You're okay, okay. Good, I'm happy to hear that. Okay, let's move to the next motion. I'm calling upon Honorable Agustino Deng from South Sudan.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the chance, and members of this fourth East African Youth Parliament. Congratulations for your election as a speaker.
Thank you.
I'm before you members to move a motion for the resolution of the East African Youth Parliament, urging the governments of the East African member states to promote trade, security, peace with freedom of movement amongst the East African member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The seconder, Shadida Omar from Tanzania. You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Shadida. Yeah, I read the motion for the resolution of East Africa Youth Parliament. Thank you. Of the East African member state to promote trade, security, and peace for freedom of movement amongst the East African member state. I second. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Agustino, can you please come and justify your motion?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Members of this House, as the motion urged for the governments of the East African member states to promote trade, security, peace with freedom of movement among the member states. We all know that the member states to this treaty have to ensure that there is promotion in trade within the member state countries. We are also aware that not all the member state countries rectified this and became members at the same time. We remember that there are countries that joined late, that we all know. And on the issues of trade, for instance, I stand here, I'm from South Sudan, and it's very clear that people in South Sudan only import, they don't export. So as a member to this treaty, what should be done to ensure that South Sudan also exports? On trade, I think there's some improvement in Tanzania, Uganda, and Burundi, and maybe Rwanda. But also we have issues between Rwanda and Uganda. The borders are not open. So all traders are also left behind. They are not doing trade as it used to be. So this takes us also to the second point of security, where we lack security within the regions. So we'll have always effects to our good. You remember the pandemic, a lot of shops, a lot of businesses were down. This is also a huge problem that since the issues of the COVID-19. So it has also caused a lot of problems. And we want strategies within the member states that how trade can be promoted. With the security, you know, a country like South Sudan has just come out of war, which now they're implementing the peace agreement. How is the region promoting this? Yes, we have support from the East African member states. We have Uganda as the caretaker, is it the guarantors to the peace agreement? But how is this helping? And when we have conflict within the East African countries, we also have issues that affects young people because we are always the object of carrying arms and we are taken as people of conflict. And so there is need for security within the region so that we move forward. Issues to do with peace, yes. There is relevant peace in the region, not so much effort has to be done because any conflict within a member state affects the other member within the states, within the East African states. So we feel it's really important. The issues of free movement, this has become an issue that we also need the East African member states, and when we are debating on this, that the issues of freedom of movement has become an issue in the way countries text this. It's a bit, I don't know how other countries, like for instance in South Sudan, when a foreigner comes to a country, he's not treated well. This I want to say, sometimes they are not taken well. When South Sudanese come to Uganda, they also experience this kind of, they are not being taken well. So we feel that there is importance of us to move freely within the region, and we should understand ourselves because we're talking of integration. So when it's integration, so integration goes with clear movement among member states. And with these remarks, I beg to stop, and I need your votes for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Agustino. The floor is open for the honorable members to deliberate on the motion. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to support the motion. First of all, I believe that we need to ensure that we have freedom of movement in East African community. And I have a very big problem coming from Kenya, entering Tanzania, and I'm told to, have to pay some money or to produce my ID card. And yet we are in the East African community. This community was established as early as 1960s. We are still having problems when it comes to, in regards to movement. Why? We should be having other challenges, 21st century challenges, but when we're having problems in movement, then it means that we are heading nowhere. So I believe that one, we have to remove those obstacles like ID cards for us to enter respective countries. If I want to move from Uganda to Kenya, I should not be told to produce any document. I'm supposed to just walk.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. My name is Rukundo Paul. I'm an East African living in Uganda. I raised to support this motion. But before I proceed, I also want to inform this House that there are some ways how we are handling issues as member states that needs to change. For example, I raised on the issue of trade promotion, especially on how we handle customs. We are using manual ways to handle cargo, which actually causes a lot of delay on the borders. There is need for us to, on the issue of peace. I don't think peace is only absence of war in a country. There are internal insecurities within these member states. You're in a country, you go to South Sudan, there's no war happening there, but you are not safe as a trader. Even moving from Uganda to South Sudan, we have had traders that have been killed along the way, so there's no security along the trade routes, which we also need to look at. I beg to submit. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Halima.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Still on that issue. I don't think we have peace as the East African member states. I don't know whether we just signed to be like part, but we're not contributing to what exactly we're supposed to do. we look at, like, for me, I'm a businesswoman. I always go to Tanzania, I always go to Kenya, I always go to South Sudan. But you find out that you cannot even move freely. You have bought things from there, but now crossing the border becomes another thing. Remember, they're asking this kind of money that you even don't know. Revenue, you've already paid like 100%, of which the money you would have used for something else, but they still ask for that money to be paid. So I'm asking, are we supposed to be paying the security people or the revenue? Actually, this should be addressed to our guest of honor. It would be better we address the things direct to her, but she's not in the house. Seriously, we're having problems to do with security. As you've heard, like my brother here, he can really testify against this. South Sudan, people are really dying, especially the Ugandans who are going to South Sudan. People are carrying goods in their cars, but you find someone being shot. What exactly is going on? Here in Kenya, even us, we really came by bus, my friend, but every sport, you have to at least put kitu kidogo. What exactly is that? I thought if we are members of the East African states, right, we should be just moving freely. Imagine someone asking for a passport for 3 times. What exactly are we doing? Are we really member states, or we are just joking around, moving, I'm going to Tanzania, I'm an African, I'm an East African? No, at least we should do something. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Halima. Honorable the bank. Yes, sir.
Yes, the Camela, because yesterday you did a not good job. Here, yeah. Honorable Speaker, yeah, we are doing even branding, so you have to. Okay, my contribution is no country can achieve development without peace and security. And the report of World Bank showed that the best country to do business in East Africa is Rwanda. Why? Because Rwanda is a peace place. So most of the investors and business people, when they come to East Africa, they look for security. So my contribution is this issue is we have to, the civil society, the government, we have to come together and promote this peace and security. So we are not leaving the job to the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Even felt like standing, but then I think I had a few recommendations for us on the same motion, but what I wanted us to know, Honorable from Kenya said that we shouldn't have national IDs. I would rather say we shouldn't have passports to cross into member states and instead have national IDs that identify us as East Africa, and let the national IDs be digitized so that it is digital. If I'm in Kenya, somebody can just sweep through a machine and know this is a member from the East African community, other than having someone produce we call it temporary permit to cross over to a member state. That is for the issue of security and the likes. The other issue I would talk about is on security. I thought we would, as the member states, think of having a joint force, that is to have the East African police, the East African army, so that if we are all contributing as nations to the army, we can always have issues solved, like the insurgents, rather the insecurities that are in South Sudan. If we had that in place, would be one of the areas we concentrate. Let member states have their home security, but we have a joint security that we all subscribe to and have equal rights to that. So, Madam Speaker, thank you so much. I think those were the points I wanted to raise on this matter. Thank you.
Your name and where are you coming from?
Sorry, I thought you have known me since yesterday, but for purposes of record,
yes.
For purposes of record, Gidudu Yusuf from Uganda. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm Bosco Kubuayo from the Republic of Burundi, a member of East African Community. So I'd like to say on the motion by underlining on the matter of security. For example, the East Africa has to interfere always when there is one of its member states which is in conflict with another one. As such, for example, Burundi has been in conflict between Burundi and Rwanda, as same as between Rwanda and Uganda. There the trade was not possible. The borders was closed, and even today they are still closed. I don't know if the East Africa community or the ELA interfered and did anything to mediate the two countries so that the borders could be opened. And I think that community has a court which I think is qualified to do so. So I think the community has to use its court in such case to make sure that the trade is going normally without a problem. And in the sake of security, I was thinking when I was reading the treaty, there is an article which underlines that there is what we call a common market. But my question is, if there is what we call common market, but if a businessman from Rwanda, for example, comes in Tanzania to start business, he is asked to have what you call work permit. He is not considered as a businessman starting his business in Tanzania when he is Tanzanian. What is so the meaning of that common market?
What do you recommend?
What I recommend is that the ELA has to push those governments to implement that article of the treaty. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Let's have one honorable member from the online.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is a charge or submission that has been made by a member, and currently there's also another one that come in. Juvens Asifue claims that I don't see any problem with having both national ID and ESC passports. As long as there's movement, it's okay. Then Gavini Lemayan points read this way, but we must be honest and logical. I support the idea of just IDs and do away with passports. But saying we can just walk in and out without proper identification is totally illogical. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. I will only take one person, and both of you have to choose one among yourselves. Don't go 1 second each.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to show first the evidence. I do have the passport here. My passport has been written East African Community, United Republic of Tanzania. This is my issue of free movement. What does this passport means? Having this passport means it identifies you, you are the among of the
East African person. So you are allowed to go anywhere what you want to go. That means issues of the money that people we used to be dominant and other things, we have to looking very clear because we are the member of each state in East African community.
What do you recommend?
Yeah, my recommendation is to looking for that one ID which can recognize all the people who are in East Africa. But if this passport is not recognizing us, we have to find another things.
Thank you. Thank you. One second. She's the next.
Okay, sawa. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. What I could say, the mover said the youth are the ones that are used to distract the peace and security. So I could recommend maybe we could be the example to promote peace and security. But another thing, we are talking about free movement of...
Do that.
Starting with us. What is your way forward? Way forward is to promote the peace. As the mover said, youth are the one who carrying guns and just distract the peace because they're the one who are used. So we can be used in a good way to promote peace. And where there's a loophole for the insecurity, maybe we can address as youth. But also, we are talking about promoting free movement of people. But let's see the reality of our countries from internal.
Thank you, Honorable. You are repeating. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You're moving ahead, please. Honorable Agustino, can you please come?
Speaking things which are practical. On that sense, for example, if you see the western part of Kenya where we have fishermen, they are so much harassed by our counterpart from Uganda. Whereas these are East Africans who have every document that they need, but they are really harassed by the police from our counterpart from Uganda. We are one family, and we need to have a centralized legislative assembly, which of is Yara. But now, implementation of anything that we say here is very important, because we may all say this so many things, but implementing these things now become a problem. The other day, Her Excellency, the President from Tanzania was here in Kenya, and they said about when we want to, they agreed that when we want to go to Tanzania, you don't need any document. But once you get to the border, it becomes a problem. So we need an implementing committee that sees everything that's being said is being implemented. That is my suggestion, and I beg to support. Thank you very much. And also, please, Madam Speaker, I had another motion that I proposed through the chat line, where we need to have a centralized on agribusiness and oil and every opportunity that is available in East Africa. For example, in Kenya currently, what we are doing as young people, hello. So we need to have a working system. So, but if we keep saying things which are not implemented, then we'll tend now to waste a lot of time. But we need to come up with the solutions, and that is the solutions. We come up with the YALA come up with a harm that is implementing things that are being said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Agustino, you go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for your contribution. My recommendation on the issue of peace and security, as young people, we could start doing what is called, it could be introduced, we have what is called intergenerational dialogues. We do exchange this to our countries because it is important. You come, you see, maybe I feel my mother knows how to cook, but maybe your mother knows better than me, so better than my mom. So if we move from one country to another, could be something that would promote peace and security within the country. On the issues of trade, it's really very alarming, and this is an experience for all member countries. we would urge the leaders to take it seriously that their accord they signed, they should really implement. I am not happy to hear when traders are killed on the way, and these are people who save lives. So it's really very dangerous, and we feel that when these motions go forward, it is taken seriously. The issue of free movement, really, yeah, it's true. Most of issues of identification, and you can be identified even more times, you see? So let's see how we can push this forward to our leaders and they take it to consideration. With this, I beg your votes for this motion.
Thank you, Honorable Agustino. Dear Honorable, I would like to ask the House to vote for the motion. And those who are in favor of the motion, you say aye, and those who are against, you say nay. Are you sure? Okay. The motion is passed. Let's go to the next motion. I'm calling upon Honorable Zumrat Said from Tanzania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for an opportunity. I'm here to move the motion for resolution of the East African Youth Parliament, urging the government of the East African Community member states to prioritize interventions to mitigate the effects and ensure adaptations to climate change in different member states. I would like to submit.
Thank you, Honorable. The second of the motion, Honorable Marando.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Joyce Lumanya Solomon and members of the House. This is Novatus Marando, Speaker of Tanzania Youth Assembly. Well, I'm here to second the motion for a resolution of the East Africa Youth Parliament urging the government of East African countries, member states, to prioritize intervention to mitigate the effects and ensure adaptation to climate change in different member states.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Honorable Zumrat, can you please come forward and justify your motion?
Honorable Madam Speaker, I would just like to say that the issue of climate change is a global concern, regional concern, and local concern, as we can see that in the global concern in the Sustainable Development Goals, in goal number 13 on the climate action, but also on the agenda of 2063 of the Africa We Want, agenda number 7, environmentally sustainable and climate resilient economies and communities, but also in East Africa, we have protocol on environment and national resource management, and we have the national environment policies and laws on environment and climate change. So these are among the agendas which are put forward in global, regional, and local concern, showing that the issue of climate change is very important and has to be addressed. The East African member states are among the most vulnerable regions to be affected by the climate change situation. all the countries of Sub-Sahara Desert are likely to be affected severely because of their low income status, extremely individual poverty, poorly mitigations and adaptation strategies. Projection on the climate change suggests that East Africa will experience rainfall from December to February, a 5 to 20% increase, and decrease rainfall from June to August by 2015. This is according to UNEP 2020. And annual rainfall through the East Africa has largely decreased since 1960, while variability has increased. The region has been subjected to more frequent and intense rainfall events, floods, and droughts in recent decades. Indian Ocean temperature has increased by 1% since 1950. Then we can see that during COP26, which is the World Climate Summit, which was held in Glasgow, it seems that the human activities contributing much for climate change phenomena lead to extremely temperature increase, flood, raising of the sea level, and destruction of the natural ecosystem, to mention few. Because the situation is already there, we should take mitigation and adaptation strategies to find against the monster for the survival. I welcome you, Member of Parliament, to just vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Zumran, for the good justification that you made. The floor is open for discussion. I will start with Honorable there. Yeah, it's you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, honorable members of Parliament. I'm really passionate about climate action and the environment, and I'll start by saying this. We must never forget or think that the environment is just to do with climate change, which sounds so vague to most people. The environment is everything that we are sitting on, standing on, eating. It is everything for us. It is life. So we must not forget that. Number two, I think my recommendations would be for member states to make climate financing locally more accessible. For example, accessing the Global Climate Fund is really tough for a lot of member states. So you can imagine if it's hard for the state to access these funds through this national focal points, so you can imagine how tough it would be for those local grassroots organizations to access these funds. So I would urge these member states to make it easier for these organizations to access these funds, and to put on stricter measures, especially on single-use plastics. We've done a good job in some of these member states to ban these plastic bags, but we can do so much more in terms of these bottles, cups, and straws. I would also urge the national governments to allocate more funds, especially towards waste management. I know in Kenya we recently were deliberating and passed the policies, the waste management policies bills and the e-waste strategies, but there's so much more we can do in terms of allocating budgets to this so that we have resource extraction and proper waste management mechanisms, and even adopting the circular economy way of life. Thank you.
Please. And your
Wania
country.
Kimani from Kenya.
Okay, thank you. No, it's you.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this motion. I want to add to what just Honorable Wandia just said and add a recommendation that there needs to be a lot of good political will from the government in fighting corruption that is intended, that is in bodies that are meant to fight climate change. For example, we have authorities that are in charge of managing, of monitoring the emissions that industries give off. You find that most industries wrongfully dispose waste in lakes and rivers, and also that they release, the fumes they release in the atmosphere. So there needs to be a lot of political will in fighting for corruption in these bodies that are supposed to control those and mitigate those measures. For example, you might find that some industries will continue to emit a lot of carbon dioxide or other fumes that are dangerous to the atmosphere, and also emit others in lakes and rivers. But when these people, the authorities that are supposed to come and monitor and check them, come by, there is always a way they are bribed and they leave these industries to continue doing these activities. So the government needs to put a lot more energy in fighting the corruption that is embedded in such issues of controlling what is given off in the atmosphere by these industries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Yeah, you go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is rather a motivation to East African community member states to prioritize climate change strategies that are able to curb the defects thereof. And the motivation I want to submit is the peculiar nature of the East African community member states. One, they are poor. Two, they don't have that high technological advancement as other countries that are proceeding towards the direction of the fourth industrial revolution. As such, in the instance where at any one point climate change has very adverse effects, the ones that are going to suffer most are going to be the East African countries because they are the poorest, they have the worst technology, and if worst comes to worst, only the rich people in these East African states are going to benefit. I'll give you an example. In Uganda, we have people who are wealthy and they are carrying out underfishing. They are fishing the young fish from the, the lakes and selling them off. They have the money. But in instances where we're suffering, they will benefit slightly, but they will not benefit in as much as the West. So mine is really a motivation to East African community member states to move towards the direction of prioritizing strategies to curb the adverse effects of climate change. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to second what the previous speakers have said. Well, the impression here is conferences and seminars and summits, they are not going to do anything. They are not going to reduce the heat, which in some places in my country it's 36 degrees centigrade, and in other places it's 40 to 50 degrees. These conferences and these summits are not going to reduce the carbon emission or the food insecurity.
What do you recommend?
I am going there, Johanna.
Okay, please.
In our countries, in East African member states, we prioritize infrastructure, education, and we prioritize healthcare. But one of the members here has said climate is everything, and we need to prioritize. And key word here is we need to prioritize the climate. Because if we do not, climate change will render everything, the education we are focusing on, the infrastructure, the healthcare, useless. Another thing I would like to emphasize here is what the youth in the private sector can do. A member there has said that we need to engage those youth with innovation, with breakthrough innovations in agriculture, who have interventions, for instance, interventions that have crops that withstand droughts, innovations in clean energy, environmental conservation projects, and so on. And I'd like also to emphasize on funding. We need funding. Youth need funding to ensure that they prioritize and they work on climate, on addressing climate change.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Opio, good morning. How are you?
Opio is in
I
the
hope
world.
you're fine. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to urge the House to implement. We had as East African member states, we had banned plastic, but we are in the state where we, as East African community, we have member states still producing plastic that is not of the quality that was recommended. So I want us as young people to urge the East African Parliament to add more in the enforcement other than just look at the policies and treaties they have signed on this. Then the other thing I would also think of is, as a community, we would lobby for other, we call them alternative sources of energy, that we avoid destroying the forests, and also perhaps as for Uganda's case, fuel is very expensive. That is if we are talking about things to do with petrol stuff. So if we can make these fuels, other alternatives like gas, petrol and fuel, such things, to be of affordability to the communities down there, we would cut down the destruction of the forests that also contributes towards the climate change.
Thank you, Honorable.
Can I?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, give space to others. Yes, welcome.
Okay, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm Robert Sylvester Majige from Tanzania, a lawyer, and I have done environmental law. I want to make some few comments regarding to what should we be doing in matter pertaining environment and climatic change. First, there should be inclusion of issues of climate and climate change and environment in our curriculum. I mean, the issue of climate and environment should be put in our education system from primary level to higher learning institution. To cement that, there should be also research, and the government should insist that our higher learning institutions are making a number of researches concerning environment, and our government is reaching their decision based on the researches that have been conducted. There has been a number of researches also that has been conducted in various universities.
Direct to the point, please.
Okay. Example, Sokoine University is doing good in agriculture, but we don't see those recommendations being taken by the government. Final thing is that the government of the East African community should all ratify or accede to the protocol on environment and natural resource management. It is only Kenya and Uganda who have signed and ratified that protocol, while the other member states are not yet to sign and ratify that protocol.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'm Cynthia from Uganda. I would recommend that our governments need to run a lot of campaigns, especially focusing on the last people in the village out there, because having conferences, it doesn't reach the last person in the villages. You find that most people really don't understand the aspect of climate change. We are talking about climate change, but they don't know exactly. They think it's about planting trees, so our government needs to work on that. Secondly, our government needs to regulate the companies that are mining minerals from our environment, like from the mountains, from the rivers and the lakes. For instance, we know what's going on in Lake Victoria, the sand mining. It is destroying our wetlands, but these companies have licenses, but after giving them the licenses, they are not followed up. It's the local people. I watched a clip where the locals were fighting with the Indians.
What is your recommendation?
Our governments need to regulate the people who are mining, even after giving them licenses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Honorable.
Honorable Right Speaker, my name is Paul Siniga from Tanzania. I would just like to make a point of information. As we're debating on climate change and recommendations on what our governments are doing, we should also not forget that East Africa wants to be industrialized. We've seen countries like Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda all trying to pioneer industrialization. Are our governments, are there any measures that our government is trying to coordinate in order to preserve our our natural resources, our environment as we get towards industrialization. I just wanted to put that out there for members to also consider. Thank you.
Okay. Clerk, can you please proceed with the members online?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. There was a member online whose hand was up, Chris Kimanthi Kinywa.
Our technical team, do we have any problem?
Okay, Madam Speaker, I never congratulate. Can you get me?
Yes.
Madam Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello.
Go ahead. Yes, Honorable Member.
So when you're talking about climate change, as my sister from Uganda said, climate change needs to be looked from different perspectives. For example, there is a group I'm having, which does, there is a group that I'm having that does conservation of environment through beekeeping. Being an insect is the main pollinator of crops. So as young people and as young leaders, we need to come up with solutions like that one I'm having. I'm having a group of around 500 youth who do beekeeping. But now the biggest problem that we experience in environmental conservation is like now we are harvesting so much honey, but the market for this commodity is unavailable. Getting the centrifuge machine to process the honey is also a program. It's also a problem. So I'm suggesting, because we have our partners donors, they assist those groups of young people who are so much interested in conservation environment through the tree planting, through conservation, beekeeping, and any other project that is aimed at conservation conserving the environment. Bearing in mind that as my brother from Tanzania said, we want also our area to be industrialized. So what we are doing currently, you find the country from the West are the one who are benefiting from whatever you are doing. So let us also think about that, and I beg to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We are moving forward. We are done with this motion because we still have two more, and I'm not going to take more questions from the floor. Please, just forgive me on this. Honorable Zumrat, can you please come forward for the prayers?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The following are just the resolutions and recommendations on our motion for resolution of the East African Youth Parliament urging the government of East African Community Member States to prioritize interventions to mitigate the effect and ensure adaptations to climate change in different member states. I would like to say that, like other member of parliament has contributed, that strictly measures on banning plastic bags must be laid down. Taking an example of Tanzania, has managed to deal with this and is continuing to do so, so it could be a great resolution. But also national government to allocate more funds to deal with climate change. This goes together with climate financing, which can be done from the grassroots and not only in conference as has been said, but also the use of alternative sources of energies like solar energy and wind energy, rather than like burning of fuels. But also we should keep on implementing the tree planting campaign We know it's there around the member states, but it should be kept going. But we also have to invest in drought-resistant crops to ensure food security when in the time of food droughts. But also invest in environmental researchers together with implementation. After research, there should be implementation. We can't only be doing researches and not implement. Also, to regulate companies that are mining before giving licenses, but also during their activities to see that they are doing what is exactly in their treaties. And the last is that students from the grassroots have to be taught on the importance of conserving environment so that they can be good ambassadors of keeping the environment good and safe for today, tomorrow, and every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Zumrat. With this few remarks from Zumrat, I would like to ask the House to vote for the motion. Those who are in favor to say aye. Those who are not in favor with the motion, say nay. Thank you. We move to the next motion. Honorable members, I call upon Honorable Stephen Mochua from Kenya. It's not number 6. It's not number 6, number 7. What?
So may I get this from you, Madam Speaker, that we're going back to number 6 later? Just to give the confidence to the honorable members.
We didn't finish. I said before you come in, I said we still have 2 more motions. So
Okay.
that means the other motion is not cancelled.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
You're welcome.
I would like to appreciate you for seeing the importance of this particular motion. And members, I would like to move the motion for a resolution of the East Africa Youth Parliament urging the government to provide 5 years tax exemption for youth startups in the EAC countries as a post-COVID economic recovery strategy. My name is Stephen Mashua and I come from Kenya. Now, I want us to look at the situation in our countries and look at the number of startups that...
Procedure. I thought the honorable member was read for us the motion. He gets back and we get a seconder before we discuss. You come to clarify.
Okay. But just wanted to give a context.
No, I thought you'd just fire at the same time.
Yes, Honorable. Go back.
All right, I take it back. Okay. Huh? Oh, you're supposed to second.
Order. Order.
Yes.
Order. Who invited you there?
Can you please put off your mic?
Order. Who invited you to the floor? Order.
No.
Can you order, please? Please. Can both of you sit down for a minute? Order, please, honorable members. Those who are having side meetings, please, we are in a sitting, and please stop talking to your colleague. And remember that you're an honorable member, and you have issues that you want to discuss. Let me go back to Honorable Stephen. As a mover, as you see your colleague before you come and read your motion, then you go back, the seconder will come and second, then after that, you come and justify your motion, okay? I don't know why people are complaining. Gidudo, yes, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my honorable colleague for the motion. I stand here to second the motion. I know I will not be given an opportunity to debate on this motion because I've been perceived. Yeah, I'm seconding the motion.
Yes, please, don't explain anything.
Okay. Madam Speaker, okay. How do I start? Okay. If our member states, our governments in the East African community can give a waiver to foreigners.
Honorable, please, you are here to second the motion. Yes.
Thank you, Madam
Either
Speaker.
you are seconding it or you go back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Gidudu Yusuf from Uganda. For purposes of record, Gidudu Yusuf is my name from Uganda, and I stand here to second a motion for a resolution of the East African Youth Parliament urging the government to provide 5 years tax exemption for youth startups in the East African countries as a post-COVID economic recovery strategy. Madam Speaker, I beg to second. Thank you.
Honorable members, money issues are very emotive, and I guess that's why we're seeing a lot of interest in this particular motion. And Gidudu, thank you so much for seconding this. Members, I want us to look at the situation in our countries and think about the number of businesses that have gone down just because of the COVID-19 pandemic. When we think about the number of years that a startup survives in a typical startup, it's usually within a range of 1 to 3 years. So by the time a startup is celebrating its third birthday, it's usually either struggling to survive or dead. And now, for us to avoid that situation and for us to look at a system that is able to support young businesses, we are asking for tax exemption, 5 years tax exemption. And I would want us to look at it this way, members. If the small and medium enterprises in most of our countries account for 75% of the working population, why are we not putting the money where the jobs are being created? And one of the ways to put the money into the pockets of some of those businesses is by giving them tax exemption. We are taking from them at a very early stage. So, honorable members, I would love to hear your discussions on this, and I look forward to massive support, more so in a way that we can push this to our own parliament through the IALA. And with your support, Madam Speaker, I beg to put this to the floor of the House.
Thank you, Honorable. Stephen from Kenya. Dear honorable members of the House, the floor is open for debate. I start, my dear honorable. You're welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Good afternoon, my fellow honorables. My name is Natasha Kiziga from Tanzania. I wanted to understand what type of tax is he talking about? Thank you.
Okay.
Who is the one talking? No, it's not you, it's him.
I
Sorry,
think
put your mic
you're
on.
always out of order. You better check yourself. Okay, I think this is now that we're asking for tax exemptions, yet the big magnitude of the youth are very unemployed. The question should be, what are you going to tax when the youths have no jobs? And that's the question we should begin with. I think we should, in this prayer, ask for incentives and maybe money for startup of businesses, okay? Because what are you going to tax? Oxygen or something else from the young people?
Information.
Who is having the information? Is the one talking about?
Not granted.
It's you, okay.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Shubra Kasozi from Uganda. I beg that the House does not take up redundant discussions because the mover of the motion went ahead to give us a background of this motion. He told us that in East Africa, youth have startups and many of them die. Many of them die because they are overly taxed, they are not able to sustain themselves, and it's a question of sustainability of the youth startups as well as those that have existed for more than 2 years. So for us to now veer into incentives and the like, we are being rather redundant. I beg that we stay on course. I beg to submit.
When you are doing this, you mean it. So you will not go back again and say, no, 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 no. And then you start ask questions. So from here, let me give a chance to honorable member from Kenya. So,
Honorable Speaker, my contribution is that I feel that the resolution that we should be passing is that we try and come up with more achievable taxes to the youths and not to exempt them. Why? Why do I say that? Because if you look at our debts as East African community, in 2019 had hit $100 billion. Second, we want to be part and parcel of the East African community as youths. The greatest number of population is the youths. So where can we get that tax? We cannot entirely wipe the biggest number, then we depend on the minority.
thank you, Honorable.
It's
What do you
about
suggest?
SMEs.
What do you suggest?
I have suggested that we don't overtax, but we can try and come up with more of a mid-ground.
Thank you so much. I hope the Honorable Clerk is taking note of that. Honorable Opio.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Opio Francis for purposes of records, and I stand to support the motion in regards to tax exemption. One, I would love to submit on the tax for the startup. It will be very good as a small businessman to be exempted. However, due to the country's continuity, we are talking of 5 years. What about when they value your business and they see you are progressing? But here, let's talk in terms of startup. You're from school, you're a junior graduate, and you need to start your life outside your parents' comfort zone. Again, the government is coming to tax you, you're from paying a lot of tuition. I think it will be a little better when the youth are given that privilege to start without taxes. However, the companies and other strong businessmen are not subdued to this.
Thank you, Honorable.
Secondly, I beg to have my time.
Honorable.
I would ask for only 1 minute, please.
No,
Right,
1
Speaker.
second.
Thank you
Just
so much.
go direct to the point.
Lastly, I would submit on the business loan for the young startups. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I submit.
Yes, next one more. Yes.
Yes, again, my name is Emmanuel Mulisa from Uganda. Yes, I only want to agree on one thing with the honorable member who tabled this motion, and that is that the youth startups need to be, the government needs to support youth startups. How the startups should be supported is where I beg to differ. I mean, most of the youth startups have failed, not because of being overly taxed. No, 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 no. They have failed because they lack startup capital in itself. They lack capital to even start anything. They don't have equipment that they need. So I believe that this House should rather move a motion to have these startups supported with capital and not just tax exemptions. Why? Because our economies as East Africa cannot do our own taxes. We just have, I want to agree with Honorable Bonaventure that we just need to have a way, we just need to have low taxes, but the taxation should still stay. Also, lastly, there is no guarantee that even if we don't tax these startups for 5 years, that they will survive. So, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable. Then Vivian, you're the next.
Thank you, Honorable
lastly,
Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, then we go to the online.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Isaac Wakashaba from Uganda, East Africa. So I want to add on what Honorable Emma has just said. The problem may not be over taxation, but the funding at the start. I myself, I run a startup, but if you're not funded at the start, and also, it may not also only be the funding, but we are not incubated. Youth startups in East Africa are not incubated. That's where, at some point, when you get maybe...
What do you suggest? What is your suggestion on this?
Incubation hubs should be put in place by governments.
Honorable Clark, are you getting note of this?
To have these youth startups mentored on how to run and how to use the funds. We've seen many instances where youth startups misuse the capital or the funds they are given by the Mzungu funding, and they go into...
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Vivian?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I wanted to guide the House. According to the definition of tax holiday, is a temporary period when the government reduces or provides complete relaxation of tax payable. Now, we are talking about 5 years of, I don't know whether reducing of the tax or complete relaxation of tax payable. Now, we cannot spend 5 years with complete tax relaxation. East Africa has 80% of its population being youthful. The economy will fall. We cannot afford to have 5 years when the youth are not taxed. So I believe we can reduce for the post-COVID period to allow our businesses to get back on track. And then, yeah, we go back to the normal. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Yeah. My name is Ezra Ambasize Rwashande. I'm from Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to submit by saying that whoever has been supporting that they should put up startup capital, I would disagree with that by saying that you cannot give someone who has never operated a business and you give him money to start up a business. But I think the only solution is, or the best solution is, by putting reduction on taxes for the youth who have come up with a business ideas or to start up a business. So on that matter, I proceed by saying that I would like to thank the government of Uganda that has already initiated that in the process. And whoever is here knows that the government of Uganda has done that, only that we still lack some better legislation that would support it better so that we move forward. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just want to inform Mr. Honorable Ezra Ambasize that startup capital is not only in form of money. Startup capital is in form of equipment. For example, most of these startups need equipment to manufacture whatever they have to manufacture, to make this and that. So startup capital can be in form of equipment to enable them do what they have to do or manufacture. So it is not in form of money like he suggests.
Thank you. We are going to have members online. From there, I will call upon Honorable Stephen to come and do the prayer so that we pass it and then we go for lunch.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for reaching out to us, the online team. I would like to first and foremost disagree with the motion. I would agree that we need tax exemptions, but then 5 years is way too long for our governments that depend on these SMEs that are about 70% of the business is running. It is way too long that we have a tax exemption of almost 5 years. It is better to have something of like 2 years. For example, in Rwanda, you have a tax holiday of 2 years when you begin your business. Secondly, I think the governments, the member states need to reduce the initial amount that businesses need to start up. For example, if in South Sudan, if you're going to open up a business, you need almost 1,000 United States dollars to simply register your business, get the license, and all these things. So I think it is important that our governments get to reduce this, because I know in Rwanda it's almost just $200 to start up your business and move forward with it, and you're given a tax holiday of 2 years. That is one. On the second point, I think that we need to support the accelerators and incubators across the region. I know of an accelerator in Uganda called the Innovation Hub that is going ahead to mentor startups, going ahead to give them the equipment, is going ahead to give them the knowledge and share experiences among the different startup entrepreneurs and people who have already been doing this thing for a long time. So I think it is important that we facilitate these accelerators and and innovators. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
I gave you a chance before.
The request that I had made that we...
1 second.
There's a request that we had made that we amend the resolution. You have not talked about it. That's what I'm asking.
Which resolution?
The resolution that the Honorable has moved, that the motion. The question is, do we need to reduce it, like my lady has said here, or do we need to go with it the way it is?
Before we vote, we will do that. Before the voting, we will do that. So just be patient,
Point
please.
of information.
Yes?
I think it's better we amend the motion, the resolution, before we vote for it. And concerning that, to add on that, I think the motion is clear. We don't need to amend, because when an investor comes in our countries, we give them 2-3 years free tax exemption when they put the infrastructure and everything. Why can't we exempt a young person? At least they stand.
Information.
Thank you.
Information.
Why, okay, why am I saying
Information,
that
Speaker.
before the voting? Because those who are also agreeing with this will also
Information,
vote
Speaker.
for it. Because we'll also vote on the amendment. The amendment will not just go like that.
Information. Information,
Yes.
Speaker.
Okay.
Information.
Okay, please, let's have it one by one.
Okay.
If it's a burning issue, you can say it. You have 1 second, and you have 1 second, please. Not you.
Honorable Speaker, while he says that why are young people not given, you know, when we're discussing about this, we are considering the entire young population of the country, right? Whereas an investor comes with a particular amount of money and is coming to employ society and actually give jobs even. That's why they are given that waiver, you get. So it is not realistic to say that while you want to remove all the taxes, yet we constitute in Uganda 78% of the young generation. If you
Thank
remove
you,
the taxes,
Honorable.
how will government
Thank
survive?
you, Honorable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. The next Honorable, please. No, it's not him. It's you.
Urgent.
Honorable members, Honorable Speaker, point of information. As we are discussing this motion, I think there's a lot of inaccuracies, do's and don'ts, pros and cons that we are all trying to debate here. I would plead with the Honorable mover to amend this motion so it could actually fit, yes.
Information.
Yes, so it could actually fit I would plead with the honorable member to amend this motion so it could actually fit into the context of what's going on right now. What are our priorities? Our priorities are post-COVID relief. Are we ready to give a 5-year leeway to small startup businesses that are going to stay for 5 years without paying taxes? How are we sure that these businesses are going to be sustained? First. Second, yes, if we do give them a leeway for 5 years, what are the strategic plans of returns of these businesses? Because we know, we've seen the pros.
Information.
I'm speaking, honorable member. We've seen how when governments allow young startups to perform on a tax-free basis. We've even seen from investors, from foreign investors, you know, they come 5 years, 4 years, they do their job, they make profits, and they submit documents that they are not making profits. So are we ready to go through another processes of dissecting these issues? I would suggest that, honorable members, we review this motion, we actually put strategies that will work. Yes, taxing small business might work to improve the, you know, the cause of the business, but also we have to be strategic on what approach that we want to, what time do we want to give this business? Because
Thank
I feel
you.
5 years
Thank
is too
you.
much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me rule it out. What is there is this. Let me ask the mover of the motion, either he accepts the changes or not. After that, we move forward.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think members, honorable members, I'm getting the feeling that majority of us have not been on this journey, the startup development journey. And personally, I'm standing here, honorable members, when I'm not in the house, I'm actually manufacturing or making spices. And up to date, I've spent more money on taxes, more than the amount I've spent on raw materials. And that has been the story of majority of my friends. I have a friend who is the first person to make USB cables, phone chargers. Actually, if I may request, one person who is just closer to where I was seated can actually pick one of the USB cables. It's actually made in Kenya. And the person who is manufacturing those USB cables has had to incur a lot of import duty just trying to bring the raw materials that are needed to make this particular USB cable. Assuming this person was given look at tax exemption as a way of denying the government revenue. Eventually, if we have 100 successful startups growing over the period of 5 years and making a turnover of maybe 50,000 USD, you'll be giving the government more tax in the long run than killing this business by so many tax when it's at its foundation stage, when it's only making 1,000 USD maybe per year, right? So the whole idea, the House, I want you to understand is there are many interventions for supporting startups. And as the mover of this motion, I was looking at tax exemption as one of the interventions of supporting startup businesses, and particularly those being run by young people. When we say that we have the most innovative and creative young people in the continent, yet we are not able to give them a conducive environment for growth, we are talking about taxes. We are talking about the extent to which they have to pay the government in terms of even licenses, right? So I want us to think through what we are doing to our young people who have ideas. And remember, those who've been in business know not everyone has the enterprise mindset. So we are not talking, when we ask for tax exemption, we are not talking about the 75% of the population. We're talking about a very small percentage of our population. Yeah?
Can we please respect the other honorable when he's speaking? Give him chance, let him explain. When he finished, then you raise up your hand. Because it looks like you are disrespecting the person who is on the floor speaking. Respect his opinion, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes. So ideally, I want us to think of us being a little bit more selfish as a region, and think of our people first. Because we are doing this to the Japanese, we are doing this to the Chinese, we are doing this to the Americans, we are doing this to the British. Why are we not doing it to ourselves? So, members, as we look at the facts around it, as we look at some of the achievable tax, as the mover of the motion, I'm open to some little modification, but let's first think through the impact or the possible impact of tax exemption in our individual countries. and in the region, and the extent to which it can help even our governments in the long run. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable. Those who are having burning issues, I'm only giving 2 more chances, one this side and one the other side. Okay? On this side, it will be you because you never speak since we started this motion. So you talked before. I don't think you have something you want to say, and I will give it to the other person.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. My question to those who were against this motion is, you are talking of 75% of young people. You're saying that East Africa has 75% of the young people, that you are telling government not to tax the 75%. But my question is, out of the 75%, how many are in business? So another point is, why can't we risk and deny government tax of 1% and create a chance of taxing 75 after 5 years? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, myself, I disagree with this point. Why? Because most of the startups, 90% of startups failed before 5 years. So, not taxes. There are a lot of reasons why startups fail. Honorable Speaker, you have to resume my time because someone disturbing me here.
Don't listen to them, just focus.
It's not only tax. We have other reasons, market, maybe the leader of the organization, and other. So you have said, you are talking about those people who have an enterprises mindset. So that means you are talking about maybe the one having the company. That means if that, then I disagree.
Summarize, please. What is your way forward and what is your suggestion?
Okay, we have to amend this one. Because we don't want to be more selfish. We have the government, we have
What
the
is your
startup owners.
suggestion? What do you want to be amended? Spell it clearly.
Maybe I didn't understand
You
what
see?
you called.
That's it. It's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'll even stand up just to make it clear. Yes, I just want to inform Honorable Stephen that we do not disagree with tax exemption. Where we disagree is in, for example, he pointed out that some of the taxes like import duty. So for example, we could look into which taxes. There are very many kinds of taxes. There's VAT, there's import duty. So we could look into which taxes exactly we can exempt them from. For example, import duty, but not all taxes. For example, pay as you earn. Those
Thank
can
you,
still be
Honorable.
maintained.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Now we are speaking the same language. Concerning tax exemption, we are not talking about every tax. If this young person is exempted on running cost taxes, he'll be able to hire young people, like 5 or 10 young people. These young people will be earning money. They will pay tax in their expenditure costs. So that's why you help young people to earn and support their businesses. As he said, most business die in their 3rd year. So if you help, and he said, not only taxes. So tax is also one of the reasons these businesses are dying. So we help them, we help these businesses to stand strong, run, and be able to employ more young people and able to support our economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we start voting? Yes. No. We are voting. We are going direct to vote.
Point
So-
of information, Honorable Speaker. 2 seconds.
1 second.
1 second.
Yes.
As we are about to go to voting, my fellow honorable members, can we also look at the strategic side of changing our policies as government? We are bashing the honorable motion mover there that taxation and things like that, so forth, is not working. But have we really looked into our own government policies that are affecting these young people? I would beg us to look into that too. Thank you. Second, I would like to ask Honorable Isaac there, who just commented, what supporting fact does he have that a business can fail in 3 years? In an African perspective,
Thank you,
business
Honorable.
is social.
We said 1 second. Thank you, Honorable. What I would like to say for those who are having more, they want to deliberate more on this motion, you have the 2 honorable clerks are there. They will always be there to receive your ideas, and if you have anything, they will make sure that they add it on the motion. Thank you. Those who are supporting the motion, say aye, and those who are not, say may. Aye. Yes. Let's raise hand. Those who are supporting, raise your hand. Those who are supporting, just raise up your hand.
Hey.
One, two,
I raised, we counted.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay,
9,
we are
10.
supporting, but needs
Madam-
the things they are speaking about, they are unrealistic.
You're not supporting your motion? Okay, good. Then why are you? Okay, can we, sorry? Yes. Order, please, order, please. Can we start it again? Those who are supporting the motion, just raise up your hand.
Madam Speaker, order.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
We have to
Order, Madam
vote.
Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
We have to do what? Excuse me. He's still talking. What are you saying?
I believe that as a house, we have to vote on that in a very, very good manner.
That's it. This is what I'm saying.
Because why I'm saying this? Because
And those who are having side
even the
talks,
person who
you're
was,
one of them.
The
You know
person
that?
who was pushing
Communication,
the
madam.
motion actually is not voting for the motion. We have
Excuse
convinced
me.
him.
My
Order,
honorable
please.
members, stop being malicious.
Order, please. Order, please. Yes.
I'd like to make it clear, the House is not refusing to vote for the motion. We want to amend it and then to send it when it is clear. So if you start to vote, when it is not amended, some will say may, why they support it to be amended. So please.
I asked the House before, what do you want to be amended? I asked honorable member there. He did not even spell it out. Okay? Reduction of what? Of the taxes?
The tax should remain. The taxes should remain.
Okay, members.
Nothing is okay. Nothing is okay.
Brian, stop being stubborn.
Nothing is okay.
Okay, members. Yeah?
Okay, let's do this. Those who want to amend the document, raise up your hand. For the amendment, we are not voting. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Are we voting or we are just raising our hand? Because some are putting their hand like this and others.
Honorable
Let's be
Speaker,
serious. Let's
Honorable
be serious,
Speaker, we want to
Madam
amend
Speaker.
because we are counting. Otherwise, I will just cancel this voting.
amending
For the
or
amending.
removing it or deduct.
Excuse me, Honorable. I'm clear on this. I'm saying that we are amending the document, the motion, okay? Those who are in favor of the amendment, raise up your hand. One hand, please. And be serious. We are counting. Don't then put your hand down until we finish counting. Honorable, don't push people to
Madam Speaker,
vote for this.
there are also some honorable
Don't
members
talk
online.
before I give you space. Put your mic off, please. Good. Okay. Good. We are amending the motion. Can we vote?
Madam Speaker, before you proceed.
Sorry?
May I be clear on what we are specifically amending if we are to proceed with this? Yeah, because if when you talk of reduction,
Move to the
it's
General
actually
Purpose
under
Committee and
exemption.
amend your motion and get back.
I mean, when we talk of
Information, Madam Speaker.
Yeah?
Order, please.
Madam Speaker.
And those who are opening their mic, can you please put your mic off before I give you chance? You are one of them, Honorable. Not you. Yes. I will only give 1 point of information, and I will give it to Honorable at the back.
Madam Speaker, my point of information is based on suggesting that the honorable mover carries out consultative meetings and gets different suggestions from during the refreshments time, and then to add some meat to the motion. That's, yeah, so you can get more information and different recommendations from members of the parliament. Thank you. Because we can't amend it now, it will take time.
Honorable Clerk, you can go with the next procedure, please.
According to the minutes I have, Honorable Bonaventure initiated the amendment process, so you are required to take the floor and move the amended motion.
Gidodo, please.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, good afternoon. I believe you have looked at the motion that was brought before us previously. The motion is number 7. And Honorable Stephen proposed that we move the motion of East African Youth Parliament urging the government to provide 5 years tax exemption for youth startups in the EAC countries as a post-COVID economic recovery strategy. This is my motion. Motion for a resolution of the East African Youth Parliament urging the government to reduce.
Excuse me, Honorable.
Yes.
What is the amendment?
That is what I've started doing. I believe so. If you're moving with me, I've already exchanged. I have read East African Youth Parliament urging the government to reduce taxes by 50% for youth startups for the next 5 years. Reduce. So someone to now second me, then I'll come back. Is that the same? Or I can continue? I give my reasons? Here's my reasons, my colleagues. If you look at a report that was released by East African Community in 2019, go to their website. They are claiming that countries like Kenya, and Uganda, we owe foreign countries more than $100 billion. According to the first session we had here yesterday, we recognize that East African community is made up of more than 60% youths. At the end of the day, we are SMEs. We have SMEs, many of them running into millions. It's not about how many billions you make or how many shillings you make. It's about, do you contribute to the economy? You might find that today, the company you've started is doing well after the third year and earning a profit of more than 100 million. Will you still exempt them? Because we know that, yes, we have those ones that are failing, but we need also to teach our people on what we call corporate governance. Corporate governance.
What are your suggestions and the way forward?
I've already started giving my suggestions.
Yes.
Corporate governance. I know people who understand what corporate governance means. It's basically knowing what the financial, how to manage the financial sector, how to run the human resource sector, and how to make it, what do you call it, a foregoing or what do you call it, we call it a business, a going concern. That is the word, going concern. We have to create our business to ensure that they meet the system of going concern, meaning that it can stand on its own. But we cannot allow that people that make up to 60% be totally exempted. We can only reduce for those 5 years. Then we go back to where we were.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Mover, please. We are not going to discuss this again because we are supposed to break for lunch and we exhaust more than our time on this motion. You want to say something?
So, honorable members, recognizing the heated debate in the House, I accept the amendment. And I believe that the 50% tax reduction will progressively lead to tax exemption after we've seen the impact of that small initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. We are going for voting direct because we don't have time. Please, we deliberate on this motion more than it's supposed to be. 1 second, direct to the point, please.
What about those who are not, who did not start a business, are unemployed young people? Because here we are asking for the deduction of tax for those who has already companies. So what about those who has?
Thank you, Honorable. Let's go for voting. Those who are supporting the motion, can we please say aye, and those who are not, say may. Otherwise, we vote aye. There's some people I do not hear their voice. Some are even sleeping. Where is Opio? Okay, let's go again. Let's vote again. Those who are supporting, let's say aye, and those who are... Thank you, honorable members. The sitting is adjourned. We are going for lunch. We are having 30 minutes, then we come back to the room. Thank you.
Point of order. Just to clarify.
Bunge la Vijana Afrika Mashariki.
I am hopeful that in the not too distant future,
good number of you here will either be speakers or
The
legislators.
East African Youth Parliament, also known as Vijana Assembly, is a well-known platform providing youth with a safe space to air their views on policymaking. Regardless of the lockdown, the Youth Parliament of the year 2020 was extraordinary as people were connected virtually across different countries in Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Uganda, and even Tanzania.
Young people who are school-going, who are supposed to be productive in this community, are pregnant. And what does this mean?
The cabinet of Uganda, they have not prioritized this issue.
There is no need of us solving something without looking at its cause.
I want to address the motion on smoothing of processes of movement.
Many motions were
people
tabled to the East African Youth Parliament from the regional youth parliament that were held from each of the countries. This included access to quality education for young people who are financially disabled, exclusion of young people from leadership, politics, and governance, youth unemployment, creation of East African Youth Council, creation of safe civil spaces for young people, election violence, and above all, sexual and reproductive health and rights.
The problem is we only had one safe space for these girls to escape all these challenges of teenage pregnancies, and those were schools. Now, these schools were closed because of COVID-19.
Youth
No problem. We only need 100,000 to buy the cake.
Honorable members, they say this kind of the money is good. So let us clap for
No,
honorable.
honorables, we cannot contribute small money. No, we cannot.
Thank you, honorable members, once again. Good afternoon. We will continue with our motions. I would like to call upon Honorable Apio Angel from Uganda. Please come forward.
Madam Speaker, before we move to the motion, before you came in, we were contributing for the birthday cake. I think we should do it in front of you so that people take it a bit serious.
Order. Order, Right Honourable
Madam
Speaker.
Speaker, I second the motion.
Order.
I second the seconder.
I second the motion, Madam Speaker. Order.
Once again, I would like to remind the House and the honorable members, do not open your mic without permission, please, and let's keep the House in order.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, honorable members.
Good afternoon.
I'm moving the motion, item 6, on our order paper.
Before you move ahead with your motion, can you please say your name and your country? Then after that, you proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Apio Angel from Uganda. To be specific, from West Nile, Arua District, Arua City. I'm moving the motion, item 6, on the order paper that stipulates motion for resolution of the East African Youth Parliament urging the governments of the East African Community member states to address youth unemployment by establishing a youth development department in the African Development Bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The seconder, Honorable Ladu John from South Sudan, online. Our technical team, please, can you help?
Right, Honorable Speaker. Hello? Good afternoon. Can I be heard? Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. All protocol observed. And good afternoon to you all. The name is Ladu John once again. I'm from South Sudan. Thank you, Honorable Akio Enjo, for moving the motion. And I would like to fully second the motion for the resolution of the East African Youth Parliament urging the government of the EAC member states to address youth unemployment by establishing the Youth Development Department in the African Development Bank. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Ladu. Honorable Appiu, can you please come and justify your motion?
My justification for this motion is in Africa, the youth constitute about 37% of the total labor force, but make up about 60% of total unemployment. As I justify this motion, I would like us to put that at the back of our mind, that there are quite many challenges associated with unemployment. And in order to make sure that all these challenges are addressed and that most of the population is actually constituted by the youth, so I suggest that the House supports this motion by urging the East African Community member states to address youth unemployment by establishing a youth development department in the African Development Bank, not forgetting the fact that under the Department of African Development Bank, there is affirmative finance action for women in Africa, and this is meant to bridge the gap. Among women across Africa, so that they can participate actively in the various activities that they bring on the ground. So I suggest that as members are supporting this motion, they should make it practical and bring out the issues that African Development Bank, together with East African member states here, to make an initiative so that they establish it in the various member states and all the unemployment and other challenges associated with it are actually addressed. And continuously generating and sharing new knowledge and data to update the understanding of youth unemployment and its drivers to assess progress. If this is established, we will have a platform where accountability will be addressed, the progress, the challenges, and how we can go about with the community member states to make sure that we actually reach the goal that we are looking up to. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Appiu. I would like to call upon the honorable members in the House. The guest of honor is about to leave, and she's having an urgent meetings outside. She's engaged. Therefore, I will adjourn the sitting for another 30 minutes until we finish. Then we'll also come back again for the debates. Thank you.
No way. We go out. Madam Speaker, before you adjourn, it was my request.
Order.
It's a birthday party.
Order. The House is out of session if you guys get.
Madam, it's about the facts.
Now that the speaker is out,
Now that the speaker is out.
can we continue? Can we
Honorable members, good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here once more, and I must congratulate you for the fruitful discussion that we have here. And as part of our deliberation and courage to travel from our countries to come and have discussions here in Arusha, we have recognition from the Speaker that will be handed over to us as certificate and as power to continue in legislation on matters that affect our region. So at this point, I will request the technical team to proceed with a list of those who are going to represent us. Because of time, those who are going to represent us to have or receive the certificates, but after receiving the certificates, we will have them back for final preparation. Thereafter, we shall have them. So at that point, I'll request the Honorable Speaker to move forward as we will be having the list of participants so that you can hand over to them the certificates. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I will tell them. So, the first category is representative of East African community. East Africa Legislative Assembly representative. Bosco Kubwayo. Vivian Kabasinga. Ezra Yashande. Muhuza Julia. Success Hans. East Africa Civil Organization Forum. Action Aid Uganda. Action Aid International. Just check it here. Check it here. Check it here. Asena Lima. Apia Angel. Hilda Mari. Neema Sheikh Abdikadir.
Representative from the East African Youth Network. And Novantus Marandu from Tanzania. Representative from Parliament of Uganda. And Brian Odere from Kenya. Right Honorable Joyce Lamanya. Right Honorable Paul Peter Siniga. Shadida Omar Ali. Oh my God, sorry. Representative from Tunaweza. Finally, ladies and gentlemen,
Babalao.
Faraja Africa Foundation.
So maybe I speak a little bit. Oh, this one is okay. So once again, thank you very much for all the work that you have been doing today and yesterday, and of course this afternoon. And let me take this opportunity to recognize that there are members who have joined us online. We have your certificates wherever you are, and we wish you could send them to you virtually, like that, but surely they will be emailed or they will be posted to you. Be assured that you will receive them. Otherwise, I wish you all the best. Those who are traveling today or tomorrow, Safari Njema, and we'll be happy to have you in East African Legislative Assembly once again, East African Community, or if you do it rotationally, wherever you're going to be, basi tutakuwa na nyinyi. Thank you very much. And one more thing, for those who are coming from South Sudan, do we have a representative? South Sudan? South Sudan, I hear that they are soon going to start teaching Kiswahili in schools. In that regard, tell them we are willing, ready, and able to support you, and will be good teachers. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, our guest of honor. We will, at this point, honorable members, will allow the speaker and the clerk to escort the guest of honor back to the office. Then, in a few while, the session will begin once more. Thank you. Kindly let's arise.
Ladies and gentlemen, the cake session starts. The cake session starts.
We are still collecting money for the birthday girl.
Thank you, Sana Emma. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I would like to invite Anthony Manyara. Manyara, can you say something briefly? We are collecting the money for the cake, please. Chairman.
Point of information, Honorable Nimo. We would love to thank every member for the contribution. We have been able to get the money to buy the cake. I think we can end the collection. I thank you.
Tibim, member of Parliament. Honorable members, Tialala.
Congratulations, Honorable Vivian.
Please be seated. Good afternoon once again, honorable members. Order, please. We are back to our session again. The motion that was raised by Apio, and it was seconded by Ladu online, and she also come back again and she also justified her motion. So now the floor is open for the honorable members to debate on the motion. I will give chances, and please be specific and go direct to the point. And again, before you start speaking, say your name, where are you from, and then you proceed. Thank you. Yes? You.
Thank you so much. Okay, my name is Brian Okori from Uganda. I think my question to the motion mover is that who owns the African Development Bank, and what type of unemployment is she talking about? There's voluntary and involuntary unemployment. So which one are you talking about?
Thank you, Honorable. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Natasha Kiziga from Tanzania. Well, I believe as the way we have AFAWA, affirmative action for women in Africa, I believe that I would propose we have a youth department which will provide financial assistance, technical assistance, and create enabling environment for employment. Thank you.
Your Honorable.
Madam Speaker, Bonventure Otieno is my name. I have looked at yes? Kenya. I have looked at the African Development Bank, and they have made a number of steps towards actualizing to ensure that the youths are incorporated. Therefore, I will not support this motion, but I will say that if we could first empower our youths from the education level, because even in 2016, when Rockefeller opened an office next to the African Development Bank, there is a department that has been started specifically for the youths to see how they can come up with different measures. And one of the biggest problems is education level. Second, to equip youths with ICT skills we are still behind. And I feel that we still need to invest more in our education before we go to that next level where we can give youths an independent department in African Development Bank.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes?
Thank you so much. And to the motion mover, this is timely. However, I would like the Honorable House to think through and look at the low-hanging fruits around this motion. If you want to tackle unemployment, start with the partner states. Look at interventions that are country-specific, because I feel that the African Development Bank is a bit far-fetched, and it will never solve the issues of the region. It falls upon the individual states to look at local unemployment measures. And if I were to go back to actually my motion, tax exemption would actually be one of the interventions that would be a low-hanging fruit.
Yes, Honorable Opio.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Much obliged to be called by my name. I think I take that opportunity in the August House. Back to the motion. Thank you, Honorable Angel. However, I would love to differ a little bit from your point of unemployment youth. To deal with a problem, you need to start from home. For you to change your mindset and the mindset of your children that you have to be clean, first teach them when they're young how to lay their beds. How are we going to tackle the unemployment which is everywhere in East Africa? If we come as the East African community before handling it at a grassroots home, I would suggest we give it a mind of, I would suggest we first take this as a mindset to change our home countries. There are different types of unemployment that I would love to educate the room on, where people are unemployed because they are willing. They have enough and they don't want to disturb themselves. They are in for holiday. They are enjoying their savings. And there are those who are really looking for the job and they cannot. But how are we going to tackle the things, Right Honorable Speaker? Unemployment, start by yourself. Can you change yourself? If you want a job, are you willing to work? There are those who are unemployed because they are not educated. And there are those who are unemployed and they are educated.
How will you address this?
First, I would suggest we develop sensitization programs to the youth. And secondly, we take these initiatives to the grassroots, that is country-based, to deal with the problems at first at home. They will just seek for financial support where necessary from the African Community Bank. Thank you. I rest my case.
Thank you. Honorable Halima.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. On the issue of unemployment, how are we going to address it seriously if the old people are even still in the offices? Me, I would urge like the member states to really ensure that if someone clocks 50 to 60 should leave office, rather than us saying that we need a development department in the African Development Bank. How will it help? If people are really stuck in the offices, we even don't have like the free schools, maybe the vocational institutions that would even like bring the skills to the youth in order to get this money that we are proposing to be in the Department of what? Development Bank. So my issue is that if we really look at these people who are consuming power, to look at their own people, we're not going to really handle the issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to the honorable members who are online. We have Honorable Olara Daniel, and we also have Honorable Shol Machok online.
Speaker.
So our technical team, can you please help us with this?
Information, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Halima has talked of retiring people at 60 years, it's unrealistic in Africa. Someone gets a job
Not
at...
an information.
Pardon?
It's not an
I want
information.
to
You
give
are
her
trying
information.
to.
I'm giving her information. 40, and then they retire at 60. They will not have accumulated something really. So that is unrealistic. Thank you.
Okay, next time you are not entitled to go and debate on whatever your colleagues say. This is our opinion, you respect as it is. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Please, let's have the honorables online, the two honorable online. Our technical
Then you'll
team.
give me a chance to answer him back.
No, it's not a debate among two of you.
No,
That's why I
really
close
want
it
to
like
tell
that.
him something.
Order, please.
Madam Speaker.
Order, please.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I hope I can be heard. I want to say something about the motion moved by the Honorable Appeal from Uganda. My name is Daniel Olara from Uganda, Northern Uganda, particularly Bulu City. Right Honorable Speaker and members of this parliament, speaking about youth unemployment and the African Development Bank, I think members should not undermine the role of the African Development Bank in tackling youth unemployment in the different partner states. However much it is necessary for the different partners under the African Development Bank to try and tackle the youth unemployment that exists, I still think that it's much important that the African Development Bank should take a center stage by providing that specific aspect of an office to the young people in their office, and then giving a parental kind of guidance to the different partner states for a road that they can follow. I think this is going to be a step towards trying to solve. Yes, the partner states can work in their particular countries, but also the African Development Bank has a bigger role, a parental role to play in the youth unemployment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Olara. Honorable Chol, can you please go ahead? Honorable Chol, if you are not ready, you'll just have to write your comment or your contribution, inbox it to the technical team, and we will read it later. Thank you. Take two more chances, one from here and from the other side.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Speaker. I think the volume is very low. I don't know whether you are hearing me well.
Yes, we can hear you. Proceed.
Okay, to go direct, the issue of unemployment. I think if the member state will be able to introduce some percentage, maybe if they can allocate some percentage that will go directly to that to the bank, will help the youth. Will help to fund the activity of the youth, whereby they will be able to run some activities, small businesses, so that they will be able to get jobs. So maybe that money can also be able to create some project for the youth, and then they will be able to help. But only when the member states introduce some percentage that will go every year to that account. Otherwise, it cannot do any help to use employment. Thank you. Another thing, before you close later, you need to listen to us, Right Honorable Speaker, if possible, because we have some doubts that we have a lot of things for us to be given some information before we just go. So thank you for that. That one is information is given to your table so that you put a consideration before all of us departed. Thank you for that, and I would be happy if you put a consideration on that one. Thank you.
Can you write it down, because the clerk is working on the recommendation, so you write it down and they will take note of that. Thank you. Back to the floor. Yes, Honorable, you're welcome.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Ezra Ambassador Washande from Uganda and National Youth Parliament Speaker of Uganda. On the issue of unemployment, I think the best way or the best solution of tackling it is finding out the best employment policies that favor youth, and in this by looking at statistics of each country as per the population. For example, in Uganda, if they say the youth are 77%, then it should be a clear policy to every organization or company to employ at least 50% of the to have 50% of its employees, because it is unreasonable if the biggest population of the country it is the youth, and for you the most employees are not the youth. I wonder which type of people you are employing. They must be youth. So in my opinion, I think we should look at making such legislations that put better policies that favor youth for employment. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much. I am Cynthia Sylvia from Uganda. When you look at the African Development Bank, it lobbies and allocates funds to its member states because its main objective is, it focuses on SDG number 1, that is eradication of poverty. But however, SDG number 1 is like eradicating poverty everywhere. But when you look at the African Development Bank, it's central, it's usually located in the capital cities, and that's why we don't feel maybe its effect so much. So I would recommend that through the East African Legislative Assembly, the African Development Bank should be able to reinforce its structures to reach to so many districts as possible in the member states, so that even the youth and everyone can benefit from its objective of eradicating poverty. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Khayam from Tanzania. I would like to add something from my brother saying that by saying if we decide to have a development bank, we have to have a full packaging for the person who are just giving these issues. Because if you're just giving someone money without education, I'm not thinking if he or she can using that money. And it can be also great if this money or other things can be using for giving he or her education. For a good example, we do have vocational training centers. Give him or her the skills. How can he or she using those issues? But not only that, projects that we're having, we have to propose for the projects. This can helping different people in different countries to formulate themselves in different issues. I think this can be better having those banking issues. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Honorable. I would like to request the move of the motion to come forward, do the prayers.
I have something.
Honorable?
Hello?
Who is the one opening his mic? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Speaker, for giving me the chance. I just want to say that this issue of having a department in the World Bank is not a good text on this, because we should see a way of developing our policies at our country level. And if we all know that in our country level there are supports that comes to the country, And when you go to African Bank, they will ask, we are working with the government institution like the Ministries of Youth, and they would want to put their investment direct to those. So to me, I encourage that we really work on our policies at country level so that this would be easy, because the question is also, who are the people who are unemployed? We might be talking about people in cities, but there are people down there in the villages who are not employed. What modality are you going to use on allocating this money in the bank? And finally, when we talk about unemployment, even the East African community is still struggling with the issues of unemployment. Thank you.
You go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Once again, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to make an overview from the submissions of the various honorable members in this august House. We should note that when we get in touch with the African Development Bank through the East African Community member states, it's not like we have failed to deal with the unemployment in our countries, but because we need assistance, and following the fact that African Development Bank deals with issues of poverty, and we should know that at this time, if 90% of the youth in our countries are poor and they're actually not employed, and you expect that in the near future, probably, they will get jobs when they're already old, and you expect maybe the economic, social, and political arena to change, yet the narrative of improving on the employment and probably technical and other policy assistance has not been covered by those we see have actually expertise in dealing with such technical issues. So I call upon the House to support this motion because it will help us change the narrative of being a little static, that when you go for assistance, you're probably defeated with your issues at home. And I also urge honorable members to move the motion due to the following reasons. One, it will help the East African community member states to mobilize and allocate resources in its regional areas, and will also have accountability, since African Development Bank will be the center of association of the various East African community member states. So we will have the responsibility and have it in our minds that yes, they have given us assistance, and now it is a collective responsibility that we have to make sure we reach the goal. And we also have the aspect of providing policy advice and technical assistance to support development efforts. Yes, we have the various ideas, but in order to achieve them, we need support, just like the way we see partners helping each other achieve their dreams. The same way, we will need African Development Bank to help to assist the East African community member states to address the youth unemployment by establishing a youth development department in the African Development Bank, just like the way they have established the affirmative finance action for women in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Apio. Now I would like to request and ask the House to pass the motion. Those who are in favor of the motion, say aye, and those who are not in favor of the motion, say may. Seriously. So that means the motion is not passed. You are against the motion. Thank you. Honorable Clerk, can you please proceed with the next item, which is the resolution, and take the House through the resolution?
A very good evening, honorable members of Parliament.
Wait. Yes. It's not passed, right? Or you have different opinion? Sorry? Yes.
But we have done only the members who have seated here polls. We don't have the polls from the members who are attending this session via online. Can we have their views on this as well?
The voting.
A ruling was done.
Dear Honorable, we already
Okay, as
move
long as there is a ruling, and I
that's
can't
it.
object on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Honorable Clerk, you proceed.
Yeah. A very good evening once again, honorable members of Parliament. I would love to first of all congratulate us upon successfully finishing all the 9 motions. And out of the 9 motions that were moved, 8 were successfully passed. Unfortunately, the last one has not been passed. So I'm here to give us a recap on the resolutions of our first sitting and second sitting. From the first motion that was passed, the East African Youth Parliament resolved that the East African Legislative Assembly should institutionalize the East African Youth Parliament. And from everything that was raised, it was resolved that there is need to first look into the structures of the national and regional levels of the East African Youth Parliament, and to also include fair representation from all regions. It was also resolved that the East African Youth Parliament needs to be streamlined so as to engage the different MPs that represent us to the ELA, so that in case our bills are tabled, we have effective representation at the Assembly. It was also resolved that the representation should be equal, as the honorable members of the House noted that countries like Rwanda and Burundi have the fewest number of representatives at this parliament of this sitting. It was also resolved that the East African Youth Parliament should look into their procedure of voting and who actually gets to represent them at the East African level, as it was also resolved that this voting process should be a legal selection process that should be made clear to all the partner states. It was also resolved that it should have clear guidelines so as absence or presence of civil organization does not halt the engagement or the sittings of this parliament. On the same motion, it was also involved that there should be complete inclusion of youth, and this includes youth with disability, as it was noted that for this sitting we do not have a representative from the youth with disability. Those were the resolutions from the first motion. On the second motion that was passed, it was resolved that the East African Youth Parliament should urge member states to put in place post-COVID recovery measures for the economic transformation of young people, including decent jobs, livelihood, youth business startups, and employment opportunities. On this motion, it was resolved that there is need to involve digital transformation in e-learning, as the honorable members brought it to the notice of the House that as we are recovering, we are all going digital, and yet our digital infrastructures are not in the right place to support our adoption. It was therefore also resolved that the post-recovery measures should be in line with encouraging the youth to invest in agriculture, because in most of our partner states, agriculture seems to be, first of all, it was noted that agriculture would also help us to have food sustainability, and also it seems to be a sector with low taxation or even no taxation in our member states. It was also resolved that investment should be basically made in lines with innovative ventures, and the youth should therefore be encouraged to take on innovation and creativity. It was also resolved that these measures should include revision of certain taxes and regulations, and to also lessen trade procedures and processes to enable the youth or to enable the businesses to recover from the big impact of the pandemic. It was also resolved that collective responsibility is highly needed in policy reformation and implementation of all the processes and measures that were being discussed. In conclusion on the motion, e-learning was emphasized, vaccination was highly encouraged, favorable tax exemptions, and the government of different member states was encouraged to take on about 30%, 35% of youth in the public sector. Then border reopening was emphasized, and finally digital transformation was resolved on the above motion. On the third motion, it was resolved that this East African Youth Parliament decided to urge the government to revamp the education system and curriculum to cater for the issue of education crisis during the pandemics by adoption of education technology with global technology investments. On this motion, it was resolved that we cannot afford to halt education for over the times that we have the COVID waves and other pandemics or other situations that may happen to our member states. And thus, digitalization is the way. The House unanimously agreed that there is need for adoption of digitalization, and there is also need for adoption of the update of the syllabus to accommodate the e-learning and also accommodate the new normal of studying, and also studying things that can actually help the youth, as it was brought to the notice of the House that we're actually studying outdated things. It was also resolved that the teachers need to be trained so as they fit into the e-learning process. I'm really sorry, I'm trying to summarize, you bear with me. A vaccination was emphasized because as we resolved on the fact that education should not be halted, we realized that for us to ensure safe reopening, we should continuously encourage the students to take on vaccination. On that same motion, most of the resolutions rotated around digitalization and updating of the syllabus. And on the fourth motion, it was resolved that this Parliament agreed to urge the government and the member states to address the reproductive health challenges and sexual offenses caused by the pandemic among the East African youth. It was resolved that sex education is highly needed, and it should start as early as primary level so that the young girls and the young boys get access to the knowledge on reproduction health and sexuality, so that they are in position to have a stand on what exactly goes on in society. It was also resolved that there is need to strengthen policies and laws to protect the girls from the sexual predators, and those that end up in engaging in sexual violence, gender-based violence should be taken seriously by the law and judged in courts of justice. It was resolved that the young girls, there is need to push for the sanitary towels to be free of charge, and this will help the girls that have been victims to sexual harassment or teenage pregnancies because of failure to afford sanitary towels to keep in school. And also this will enable them to be in position not to engage in sexual offenses as a result of looking for money to afford sanitary towels. It was resolved that there is need to also put emphasis on the boy child as far as sex education and any other form of sensitization and education is concerned, so as to put them in shape and they should know what we expect of them. It was resolved that the government should work closely with civil organizations to reach out, to have complete reach out to the different people in our member states, and this will include starting from the grassroots up to include all the other levels. And it was also resolved that there is need to have child protecting services for the child protecting services. This will be our checkpoint for sustainability of the other centers that are already in place. It was resolved that there is need for us to adopt one-stop centers in schools so as to ease accessibility of these reproductive health services closer to the targeted population. It was resolved that there is need to include health workers. Those were the resolutions on that motion. And as I move forward, in case I do not say your resolution, it was noted, but I'm just trying to have a general recap of what was highly emphasized in the debates. On the motion on it was resolved that this parliament would urge member states to sign and ratify the African Charter for Democracy, Elections and Good Governance and operationalization of the subsequent youth councils of the East African member states. It was resolved that on top of all the benefits that come with it that were highly noted by the honorable members of this house, it was resolved that these youth councils should have clear processes of elections, and some of the countries should benchmark from countries that have successful or that have really rigid structures of the Youth Council. It was resolved that the East African states should focus on information dissemination regarding youth participation in leadership so as not to leave out a big section of the youth as a result of them not knowing what is going on. It was resolved that there is need to effect implementation, as most of these legislations are clear and already stipulated, but implementation is lacking. So it was resolved that there is need to emphasize and put in more effort on implementation. It was resolved that institutions need to be strengthened and there is need for reforms as far as good governance in different institutions is concerned. And on the motion on a resolution for the East African Parliament to urge government of East African member states to promote trade, security, and peace with freedom of movement among East African member states, it was resolved that there is need to upgrade to digital methods for checking and clearing so as to avoid the unnecessary delays as a result of use of the manual methods, which have led to delays at the checkpoints and borders. It was resolved that there is need for the partner states to intervene in conflict resolution so as to facilitate continuous trade, as it was brought to the attention of the House that the conflicts between Uganda and Rwanda apparently have put a halt on the trade between the two states, which is affecting the trade. And for us to have continuous trade, we resolved that we should participate in conflict resolution amongst each other so that we have continuous trade. It was also resolved that there is need to emphasize use of IDs or identifications that assign us or make it clear that we belong to the community and avoid unnecessary documentation like passports or temporary passports that do not really stand for the free movement within the region. It was resolved that there is need for intergeneration dialogues, there is need for tightening security, and there is need to implement exactly what the East African member states signed for in the East African Community Agreement. In the motion to urge government to prioritize interventions to mitigate effects and ensure adaptation to climate change, it was resolved that there is need to have accessibility or to make it easy to access the global climate funding and have strict measures on banning plastics and also allocate more funds to waste management. It was resolved that there is need for group good political will from government to fight corruption that is bent on environmental degradation. It was resolved that there is need to prioritize climate change strategies. Excuse me. It was resolved that there is need to educate the entire population about the effects of climate change and the environment right from grassroots, including those in school and those not in schools. It was resolved that we need a collective effort of the entire East African community member states in this battle against climate change because it cannot be fought on an individual basis. It was resolved that there is need to put in more effort in the tree planting campaign and to also invest in drought-resistant crops and invest in research and implementation as far as climate change is concerned. On the second last motion, I know you're tired, apologize. Okay. The motion for the resolution of the Parliament to urge government to provide 5 years tax exemption was amended to resolving to this Parliament to urge the government to, so that government reduce taxes by 50% on youth startups. It was resolved that on top of this exemption, there is need to for governments to come in and provide capital whenever it's necessary to the youth to start up their businesses, and also waivers. So the entire discussion here was on the justification of the tax exemption, and we unanimously agreed that this tax exemption will enable the youth startups to survive as a post-COVID economic strategy. And on the last, that was actually the last motion because the other motion was not passed. Thank you, honorable members of the House. It was a pleasure serving you as the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. I will go back again to the House. Honorable members, once again, thank you for being here since yesterday up to today. We have a long sittings, and the way we have been debating on the motions and the way we are contributing to our discussions, those are the resolutions that the clerk just read them all now. So if any honorable member has addition on those resolutions, you can still have that chance. So the floor is open to the House. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I saw a colleague of ours who was online. He had moved the motion. If we still had some time, maybe we would have reconsidered his motion on agribusiness, if you don't mind, Madam Speaker.
It's okay, no problem. Honorable Clerk, you look into that. Yes.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. There are two burning points I had about two motions that were moved. One is about that motion of technology in education.
It's only recommendations.
Yeah,
those are recommendations.
My recommendation
yes.
is that ICT should be incorporated in the lowest levels possible, right from primary.
Honorable Clerk, please take note of that.
Then about the motion on trade across borders and peace and security, I had a recommendation that the East African Legislative Assembly should look at harmonizing the value of the currencies that we have, because within East Africa, there are some currencies that are really so high and others are very low. So if they can harmonize it in order to harmonize trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, Honorable Agustino.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I remember when I was moving the motion, I was bringing up this idea of us dialoguing, because for peace to be there, there's need of the intergenerational dialogue.
She mentioned that in the recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Honorable Clerk, have you looked into that, the person who is online, who is raising the motion? Sorry? Dear honorable members, there is some challenges. We are not able to trace the person who was raising that motion. Therefore, if he can email his motion and together with the recommendation and solutions to what he is thinking about the agro business, and then from there we will also consider it as part of our resolution for the sitting. Yes. So if we don't have any additional to the recommendation, can we please pass all the motions? So we agreed all the recommendation is we are not bringing anything apart from this. In the next sitting, we will look into all the recommendations, what we agreed on it, and we'll also make sure together with my co-speaker, we follow up all these recommendations. And then from there, we'll also make sure that we keep you as a members of the House posted at this juncture. Ladies and gentlemen, honorables in the House, the sitting is adjourned.
Honorable members, can we get your attention for a while so that we can close? Honorable members, can we take our seats, please? Good evening.
Good evening, Sia.
It is my greatest pleasure to give a vote of thanks to all of you for participating and for giving all your views and being here at present. We're going to use very few minutes so as to make closing remarks. And please, for all the representatives that I'm going to call here, try as much as you can to use not more than 1.5 minutes. And we are going to start with Right Honorable Speaker of Vijana Legislative Assembly, Tanzania, Honorable Novatus Marandu, please. Just a vote of thanks.
Good evening, honorable delegates. First of all, a protocol observed. I would like to thank Faraja Africa Foundation and stakeholders and partners for making this a success. I would also like to congratulate the two House speakers, Honorable Paul Siniga and Joyce Lumania Solomon. Again, congratulations to you all, honorable delegates, for your nominations here and virtually. From the deliberations and resolutions here today, you are indeed the right persons here, and youth in your respective countries are indeed represented. There are a few things I would like to note from the 2 days that we have been here. The number one thing is, with all due respect, I think we need to have an equal number of delegates at the East African Youth Assembly. We have seen this. Some countries are not equally represented here. I think this is an issue the coordinators need to look at. Another issue is what happens to our resolutions. Is a question I would like to pose to you all. What happens to the resolutions when we leave here? We are lucky, we are fortunate that our guest of honor has said she will take the resolution to the East African Legislative Assembly. And that's a good start. But this brings me to a second question. Did we have a guest of honor at our national parliaments, national youth parliaments? So if we do not have a guest of honor like we do have, we did have today, who will take our resolutions at the local national parliaments to our local parliaments? The last but one thing is we need to work together to operationalize national youth parliaments. And in this regard, I'd like to thank you for giving me the speaker, Honorable Paul Siniga. As I have mentioned, he's an extraordinary, brilliant man to work with. I think we will work together to ensure that, to realize the Tanzania Youth Parliaments. You have seen the name, it's called, you have heard the name, it's called Vijana Assembly, and we want it to be called National Youth Parliament. It will take us time and effort to get there, but thank you for giving me, as I have said, Paul Siniga. We'll work together to achieve that. Last but not least, it's the issue of National Youth Council. You have heard, and my countrymen and women here have mentioned, we do not have a National Youth Council here in Tanzania. In some of member states, you do have that, and that's commendable. So we expect your support. We expect to learn from you. We expect to learn from your experience. And at last, we expect also the support of stakeholders and Faraja and other platforms like this. In the end, it's for the youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Novatus. I would just like to emphasize on keeping time. Please make sure that you don't use more than 2 minutes, please. Right now, I would like to call upon the Speaker of National Youth Parliament, Uganda, Right Honorable Ambasize Ezra. You're welcome. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. All right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I greet you all in the name of the Almighty God. My name is Ambassador Ezra Rwashande, Speaker of the National Youth Parliament. It is a great delight and opportunity for me to address the family of the East African Parliament. Oliver Wendell Holmes once quoted that many ideas grow better when transplanted into another mind than one where they sprang up. Credit goes to the all East African states that tirelessly and selfishly advocated from one voice cooperation through the sharing of ideas and minds as East Africa with the aim of bettering and improvement of region as a whole. This has indeed given birth to East African Youth Parliament, which of today acts as a vehicle through which affairs among member states are resolved. I thank my President, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of Uganda, who has always fronted the East African cooperation and Pan-Africanism, starting from his country up to Africa as a whole. In my opinion, we should embrace economic integration for us to achieve well the East Africa community. Economic integration is the unification of economic policies between the different states through the partial or full abolition of tariffs and non-tariff restriction on trade. And the goal of economic integration is basically to lower prices for the prices and the consumers, with a goal in increasing of level of welfare while leading to an increase of economic productivity of the states. Article 5, Clause 2 of the East African Treaty clearly provides for economical integration and states. The partner states undertake to establish among themselves and in accordance with the provision of the treaty, a custom union, common market, subsequently a monetary union and political federation. For us to achieve that, we have to put this into action, not just to remain on the paper. With short remarks, I would like to thank everyone who has contributed to this goal that we had set, and may God bless you. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Honorable. And right now, I would like to call upon East African Student Association, Mr. Manyara Antonio, please. If Mr. Manyara Antonio is not here, can I please call upon a representative from Restless Development, Mr. Badru Juma? You're welcome.
Excuse me. Hello. I am his vice president. Maybe I can represent Manyara.
Yes, I'll call you another time. Thank you. Mr. Badru, you're welcome.
Habari za jioni. Habari za jioni. Safi sana. Badru Juma Rajabu is my name. And I'm once again here on behalf of Restless Development. I'm working as a senior program coordinator based in Dodoma office. So on behalf of Restless Development, our work is just to commit ourselves, working with young people, but also ready for partnership with youth-led organization, but also ready to keep on giving young people opportunities wherever possible. So as just a remark, I just want to share with you our mode of doing work, our approach, how we are delivering to young people. One, first we say deliver, influence, deliver, inform, and influence. That's the approach that we are using. We deliver by equipping young people with skills to mobilize their fellow young people. Just like we did before coming to this session, we believe that in different countries you had you had Vijana Assembly sessions, Amabunge, but also the next stage that we are looking at is to see young people able to inform. We can inform by carrying out youth-led research. We can inform by equipping ourselves with data, because we understand if you want to engage with other stakeholders, they are calling for information or data. So if you may not be able to provide evidence, it might be hard to work with other stakeholders working on engaging our young people. And finally, we normally talk about influencing. So this is what we are doing here today, young people influencing decision making, and we are doing today at regional level, meaning at East African community level. And we would love to see it going even beyond, even to the UN level and other platforms. But also this has to start from our national countries where we are coming from, supporting young people deep from the sub-counties to the national level to see that we have a collective approach of working with young people. So at Restless Development, we are normally open for these kind of discussions and engagement, either in Uganda or in Tanzania or in another country where we have our presence. And you can easily, for further information, we have our website, Restless Development. You can just log in and just decide to a country you want to visit to, either Uganda, Tanzania, or India, or UK, and see what we are doing, what other young people are doing, and what we can learn from them. And we are ready for accountability, so meaning the public, the young people, they are ready to question what we are doing, and we are there to respond. Thank you so much, and always welcome to Tanzania.
Thank you so much, Mr. Badru Juma. And right now, I'd like to call upon the representative from Tunaweza, Mr. Lugome. You're welcome. 2 minutes, please. I insist, 2 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker, members of the House, my fellow partners, invited guests, distinguished Honorable Member of Parliament, good evening. Well, on behalf of first of all, most of the people were asking me about Tunaweza. Tunaweza is a youth-led organization based here in Arusha and Dodoma. Actually, we are partners of Faraja African Foundation, and now Faraja have introduced the country coordinators. We are humbly working with Tekla Schultz and Peter Maswi. So you are always welcome to Tunaweza organization. Apart from that, I would like to thank you everyone for your attendance, for being here. And also what we are doing here is the part of East African youth policy. So with this regard also, we have been engaging, and there is a lot of efforts have been put forward by Faraja African Foundation, and without forgetting the tiresome work and coordination have been done by AXOF. We really appreciate the efforts have been done by AXOF and Madam Martha and the fellow there. So we really appreciate. And also, lastly, I would like to welcome you all in Tanzania. And I think for those who were yesterday, today evening, the game will be the same. So I welcome you in the evening to go to karaoke and other places. Asanteni sana. Karibuni Tanzania. Karibuni Arusha. And for those who are traveling tomorrow, safari njema. Nashukuru.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Lugome. We know that people love you a lot, and they can sit here listening to you for 30 minutes. Thank you for keeping time. And right now, I'd like to call upon the representative from East African Student Association, Mr. Neema Sheh, the birthday girl. You're welcome.
Viva Africa, viva. Viva! Viva Africa, viva. Viva! Allow me to start by saying, in my country, when we meet young people in a room like this, we start saying, comrades, power. When I say power, you say pa. When I say tibim, you say tibim. Comrades, power. Comrades, ria. Comrades, ra. Comrades, abuju buju. Comrades, wisdom.
Wisdom.
Comrades, wisdom.
Wisdom.
Okay. My name is Nimo Sheikh Abdikadir. Previously served as the first female president of Kenya University's Students Organization. And I'm currently vice president, East Africa Students Union. This is an umbrella body that governs all universities, colleges, and TVET institutions in the region. So, As you know, my chairman was here a few minutes ago, but I don't know whether he went to help himself or maybe the chairman has eaten maragu and indeed, we have brilliant brains in this honorable house. I'm so proud of you people. Congratulations to the speakers that were elected yesterday. And I remember when we were starting, I actually am the first person who brought the petition when we were having the first Vijana Assembly in this same room. So I know this has been a journey and we are progressing. It has not been easy, but Emmanuel and the Faraja team, congratulations. You have really done so well so far. The only thing that is remaining is that we no longer need to bembeleza. We no longer need to beg this Vijana Assembly to be part of East African community. We need to ensure that legally we are part of this community, inshallah. My number 2 agenda is that let us not forget when we move out of this room, let us not go back to our countries and forget that we had a mission, we discussed a lot. These are solutions that are going to, going to be used even in the future by the next generation. Let us not forget that we again have a speaker. The same question that Honorable Okori was asking yesterday. I contested for speakership position last year. They rejected me because my other competitor was a disabled person, of which I have no problem with that. But what are we going to do in this, in the time that we have from now until next year on this same date? Apparently, I think this is a big joke. Speakers should tell us on the way forward about that.
We'll get a chance to explain some of the things that we are currently planning with Faraja and the stakeholders.
No problem. So basically, mine was just to say that let us not just come to Vijana Assembly 2 days, we discuss things, and we are not implementing anything. We should be more of actions than words. So I will not speak further because my chairman has just arrived. So I would like to take the opportunity to welcome Mr. President to say something kindly. This is a president of millions of students across the region, so we cannot ignore the fact that he's in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Anthony Manyara. I'm the president of East African Students Union. That is the umbrella body representing all universities across East Africa. We were here, I think, on 15th of October when we had a swearing in, where we had a chance to interact with the East African Legislative Assembly Speaker and also the Secretary General of East African Community. I'm so much impressed. That's why I've been in this function. I was supposed to be in U-Lead Summit, but I saw it wise to be here because most of us who are here are university students. And most of you, we have been in various platforms, planning a number of activities, and I so much appreciate the kind of support we have had before, and the kind of support I still need us to put in for the East African Students Union. I would like also to appreciate the partnership we have had with Faraja Africa. Emmanuel Obere has been our friend for a long time. Every year we get to mentor very new faces, especially those who are in the university. We will have various activities, which I'm very sure that will involve you guys. Keep close so that at least you don't miss out. I look at this function, I look at this debate and I realize it's more very formal. Personally, I'm so much into politics, and I feel like in this room, God willing, we are looking at members of parliament who will be here at Yala. Just by show of hands, how many would like to be MPs here? Okay.